Hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy big boom up Friday. We've got a lot of stuff ahead of us. Just let you know ahead of time. I do have the time-consuming redeems disabled because we got a lot of stuff to do. And we're going to be focusing on that primarily. Hello, everyone. Welcome, Nico Jazz, Ragadom, Esports Are for Losers, Dana, Big Beep Boobs, Sheriff Ram, thank you for the 39 months on a 39-month streak. Thank you for the gigantic feast, Sheriff Ram, and thank you for the big, gigantic feast, Nico Jazz. Thank you so much. Oh man, yeah, good stereo separation. Hello, Dot Level. Welcome, Abelrassi. Who else is here? Kreegath. Oh, all those voices. I love the voice storm after the food. Works out so well. Ghostal, welcome. Baines, hello. Andy Capo. Thank you, Sheriff Ram. Thank you for all the food. You know what's funny, Ghost Hall? I actually call any, these are the images that are not at all pushing the envelope, that are completely safe, and then post-censored to remove even men's nipples. These are the safe ones. Don't ask. Just have a big glass of tequila and sit back with your skullet. Let's get started. Hey, this camera's all fucked up again. Good enough. No, not good enough. Good enough. We don't need it. Blast it so it's not too bright. I am fortunately very, hello, Juanito. I'm not at all bothered by the weirdness of it. I gotta check something here. Or rather, uncheck something. There we go. There we go. Now we can blast it again. So, let's talk about Big Boom Up Friday. I'm gonna cut my intro kind of short today because we got a lot of stuff to look at, and let me show you why. That's not what I want. This is what I want. Let me show you why. First, let me bring up the list. What should be this one? And then I've got another page here. It's a lot of stuff. Hey, NSman, how's it going? So, I was talking to, just to give you a little backstory, I was talking to Bovine Divine about beat-em-ups, and he said something that I found kind of interesting. And what he said was, he was like, yeah, I would go to, like, my friend's house and, like, talk up how good Streets of Rage was. And I would, hey, Darkmax, how's it going? He's like, yeah, I would always talk up Streets of Rage and how great it was and how awesome. And then he was like, but I knew when I went home I was going to play Final Fight. And I found that kind of funny, right? I found that kind of funny, and I was like, you know, it makes me think, right? Like, hey, boot blacking. Makes me think, right? Like, I feel like there's a kind of divisive opinion on which console of the 16-bit generation, and we know there's only two that really matter. Which console of the 16-bit generation was really better for if you really liked belt scrolling beat 'em ups, what was the better console to get? Were you better off getting a Super Nintendo, or would you have been better off getting a Genesis? And there were kind of divisive opinions. I know Bovine was of the opinion that the Genesis would fare better. He predicted, and I kind of lean on the other side that that the Super Nintendo is more likely to have the better slate of beat 'em ups overall. And the reason I say that is I think there's going to be more games that are good or better on the Super Nintendo, even if there's more great games on the Genesis. I think there's going to be more good or a much larger quantity of good or better games on the Super Nintendo. That's my thought. Just that there's going to be more interesting stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Twisted Mentat. Hey, Space Mister. So that's a big. That's another one of the good. Yeah, here we go. Good music. So what I got here? Can we zoom this in? I've got a spreadsheet here that started from the list that Bovine gave me. I made a few changes and additions. He had a couple items on here that I was like, no, those aren't beat 'em ups. Bart's Nightmare was on here, and the Beavis and Butthead game. The Beavis and Butthead game, kind of could call a beat 'em up, but it's not belt scrolling. The reason that we're limiting it specifically to belt scrolling is for the purpose of convenience, specifically. It is more convenient and easier to identify a belt-scrolling beat-em-up than it is to identify single-plane beat-em-ups. So, for example, Ninja Warriors again didn't get added to this. Like the X-Men game on Genesis wouldn't be added, and the reason is that line becomes a lot blurrier. Is it an action platformer? Is it a single-plane beat-em-up? Right? Much easier, much more concise to be like, we're going to focus on belt-scrolling games that are primarily beat-em-up, and there's a couple that break the mold a little bit. Mystical Ninja I left in specifically because it is belt-scrolling. You hit guys with your stuff. There are single-plane segments, but it is a large portion of the game that you go wander around places like a River City Ransom type thing. I made some additions at the recommendations of other members of the community. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. Places where extra content is present, additional games to look at, a variety of different stuff there. And then I made a couple of modifications. There was one, I moved Golden Axe 3 to the US with a note that it was Sega Channel exclusive. And separated out the regions. I have an 8-factor rating system here that I kind of threw together and had a couple of chats about. One of the key things here is technical is not gameplay technical complexity, but a rating of how impressive for the hardware is this game. Does it do anything notable? Does it do anything notable for the console? Is it deficient compared to other games on the console? Does it make poor use of the hardware? Does it have slowdown? Does it have slowdown when it shouldn't, compared to other games on the console? Does it use, like on the Genesis, if something uses scaling effects and rotation, that would be a higher score here. Enemy count on screen is kind of distributed across a number of things. That's what we're going to find out today, Nico Jazz. So technical is actually rated a little bit less. It's rated about 25% less than other factors, because if you do something that's technically neat, but it doesn't improve the game in other ways, is it really worth it? Is it really a noteworthy thing other than as a kind of as just a kind of aside to say, hey, this game's technically impressive, but don't play it, right? Sound effects are rated are considered a tiny bit less than other factors, just because, like, a game can survive having poor sound effects and still be a very good game. We'll see, Creekath. We'll see. But part of that is also, like, another big thing is, and I've separated these out, sound effects, you can get by with having crappy sound effects, and it doesn't impact the game that much. With music, though, music gets a regular 100% one-to-one rating contribution, because if you have bad music, it's going to drag your game down. If you have really good music, it can have a noticeable impact on how well received your game is. Appearance, I separated out appearance instead of graphics or art. Appearance is everything, right? It's how does your UI look? How does your, how are the graphics? Does your art style, is your art style consistent? Is it well animated? How, all of that stuff, all inclusive into appearance. How does your game look? Does it look good? And a lot of that stuff, right, like, it might not seem so right off the bat, and it might not impact other areas of the game, but if you have, like, what looks like a placeholder UI or some really, really low-effort stuff for your game, that might affect its appearance, and it makes it harder to get into the game, right? It's a little harder to recommend a game. You're like, hey, the gameplay is really good, don't mind the UI that looks like shit. But you're going to see the UI, and you're going to have to make that excuse for it, right? There's going to be some reservation there. Theme. So theme is an interesting one. Theme is both the execution of a specific theme and the selection of theme, right? There are a lot of beat-em-ups that are simply, hey, go save Crime City, you're a vigilante, because the law can't deal with the criminals. And that's a good theme, but it's not a very unique one, right? Kunio did Crime City before anything else in, 86? So the Crime City trope had been around for a while by the time any of the games we're going to see got started, right? By 89, when Final Fight was being developed, by 89, Crime City had already been done at least twice, right? That's true, Bootleg, that's true. But the presentation of the theme also makes a big difference, right? When you go to a new area in Final Fight and it pops up that map, and you go, wow, I know where I'm going. Look at this place, right? That makes a big difference in, like, making you feel like you're part of the theme, making you feel like you're part of the environment. Legend is another example. Fractal Mind Mike with the gigantic raid. Thank you, Fractal Mind Mike, for the huge raid. Folks, Mike was playing the X-Files FMV game. That was pretty Unreal hardware, no less. Welcome, everyone. We're doing Big Up Friday. I'm going to try to play a very large number of games today. It's going to be a very long stream. So get comfy. Get yourself a snack and a comfy chair and a drink.
What'd you do? Sell out to buy a reefer?
I can't even see who that is. Thank you for the cafe latte.
Cafe latte, 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 cafe
Melbourneian lizards. Thank you for the dollar.
Something's not right.
Theme is weighted 1-to-1. Did I like clicked on something and it made something gray and I can't see what it was because the UI is insane. Anyway, hey, Sir Spamasum, how's it going? Anyway, welcome everyone. Fractal Mind Mike and Raiders, Father Axekeeper, Refraction, Strider, Blood Romich. Did anyone else come in? Did I miss anyone? Welcome everyone. Get comfy because we're gonna be here. We're going to be here quite a while. Now, the reason we're going to be here quite a while, I have every game, every belt-scrolling beat-em-up on the Super Nintendo, the Super Famicom, the Genesis, and the Mega Drive, and the Sega CD and Mega CD for what it's worth. I'm just going through and giving a description of the rating system that I'm going to be using. Yeah, there's, I think there's 86 games? 86 games. It's all 16-bit belt-scrolling, beat-em-ups. I should. What is the proper name for that? Is that, Gourmet Sentai Bara Yaro. So, my rating system. We're just discussing. Technical is like, how impressive is it at a technical level? Does it perform well? Does it do tricks with the hardware? Does it do anything like that? This is rated 25. This is calculated 25% less than other ratings. Sound effects, specifically sound effects separate from music, because a game can have really good music and really bad sound effects, or vice versa. Sound effects are calculated at 10% less than usual, because a game can easily survive having bad sound effects, but harder to do with bad music. Denial of Self, not considered for this formula because we're only dealing with belt-scrolling games for that particular reason. There's a lot of, is X a beat-em-up when we deal with single-plane games? But there's very little wiggle room with belt-scrolling games, right? The few belt-scrolling games that didn't qualify as beat-em-ups were very clearly not beat-em-ups, right? Like Bart's Nightmare was one of the ones sent to me with a question mark on it. Mr. Radon, how's it going? Appearance is I specifically chose the phrasing appearance because I wanted to be clear that appearance is hey, Proton Fig. It is not my birthday today. My birthday is in March. I chose the term appearance because I want to consider art style, graphics, the execution of those graphics, the UI, and other stuff in there that's not just graphics at a technical level or graphics at a how well did they draw this, but also the selection, the design, those kind of things. Theme is a combination of, this is what we were talking about right when the raid came in. Theme is a combination of both what theme did they pick for the game? How unusual is it? How intriguing is it, right? And there might be very few science fiction beat-em-ups, right? But there might be a reason for that, because a science fiction beat-em-up could kind of easily become boring if you're fighting the same three robots over and over and over again. That said, a well-executed Proton Fig, thank you for the follow. Some guy in a hat, welcome. Helvetica scenario, welcome. That said, a well-executed scenario that's a little bit different and not just vigilantes beat up Crime City might be worth a lot more in that regard. Music, appearance, theme, and depth are all 1-to-1. Their rating is carried over as 1/8 of the total overall rating. Play control. Play control is how the game plays. How responsive are the controls? I skipped depth. We'll get to depth in a second. How much animation commit is there? How good does it feel to play the game? When you do a move, do you do the move that you expect to do consistently? Are there any weird, if there are special moves that require special inputs, how consistently can you get those inputs out and stuff like that, right? Does the game control well? Does it, a Starscav, does it respond well when, like, do you feel like you're controlling your character, or does it feel like you're driving a boat through molasses, right? Depth. Now, depth touches on a lot of stuff that occurs in other areas, but has a specific thing for itself, and this touches on AI. I didn't want to do AI as a separate thing because I think it's too nitpicky. But how many enemies are on screen at once? How complex are their patterns? How much can you intuit their behavior and your ability to respond to their behavior without being explicitly told what to do or using trial and error? How much extra stuff is there in the game? Does it have a power-up system? Does it have multiple routes? Does it have multiple characters? Do characters have special moves? That's because it's an 8-bit system, Doom Noob. Does the game have various different things to add to that? And also, how much strategy is involved in it, right? How much do you have to think about how you engage different sets of enemies? How often does the game present you with those different sets of enemies that you have to engage in those ways? How important is clumpage, right? That kind of stuff. So, addressing that kind of stuff is all combined under depth, because it's hard to pinpoint those individual things and say, well, the AI is very good because it's very responsive, or because it isn't very responsive, right? It's possible to have very good AI that makes a game worse. Fun. How fun is a game? And this is a very subjective category. However, it's also the most important category. Play control is considered 10% higher in the overall rating, and fun 25% higher. So, fun is a hard one. It's going to be a very subjective one. Right. Fun is a very subjective thing, right? Because it's a combination of, like, you can have a game that plays like shit and looks awful, and for some reason it's inexplicably fun, and lots of people think so. It's tough to quantify fun, but it's like, if I don't want to move on from a game, it's getting a high fun rating, right? And then the overall rating is calculated like this for each entry, if you care about formulas. And then we've got some notes. Notes will include, for now, a couple of feature ideas. So, for example, I'm only going to be able to play these games single player, and I can only evaluate them on the basis of single player play. However, it's really important to note which games have co-op. Yeah, 10 is cheesy. Use Biffo's rating system, where you have to like invert the number and turn it sideways. So notes will include stuff like whether a game has co-op, whether it has any special features, a versus mode, things like that, any additional features, or whether there's any kind of, like, if a game crashes while I'm playing it, it'll probably get a low technical rating and it'll probably get a note about that. For example, Cyborg Justice, I know in advance is going to get some notes about that stuff. But it'll be interesting, right? Like, there's a lot of games are going to get middling ratings, right? The average is probably going to be a little bit above 5. Because most beat-em-ups, I think, are made pretty well. I can't call to mind more than a handful of, like, crappy beat-em-ups, right? And that even includes, like, a bunch of homebrew stuff and a bunch of, like, shareware or otherwise, amateur-developed titles. And even those are, like, pretty well done. Anyway, so that's what I'm going to be working on. I'm going to mostly have this sheet off screen. I will put a link in the chat to view it. Let me get that real quick. Send this to Bovine real quick. There's that. Let me go to... Did I post my thing on the thing? I didn't do it. Hold on a second. I got 2 things to do. Steam Elements. Hey, Soda Pagoda, how's it going? But yeah, like I said, we're answering the question, which console, which 16-bit console of the 2 16-bit consoles was the better for command name BMUP, usable by everyone. We're looking at all the 16-bit belt scrolling BMUPs today. Check the sheet. Or ratings. Active command. BMUP. There we go. So, here we go. There's that, and then I gotta go grab my thing that I posted somewhere. Post this here. Go. Oh, let's unpin that. Wait, no, now it's not. Okay, now it's fine. It was like taking up the whole chat box because it was expanded by default. That's okay as it is. No, it's fine. It was just its weird Twitch behavior. Anyway, so that's what we're going to be looking at. Like I said, we got what? We got 33 games across all regions on the Genesis and Mega Drive. We've got 52 games across all regions on the Super NES. And we've got the 4 Sega CD games. So, We're going to get started with a couple of games that I can do relatively quickly, and then we'll likely just go in... we'll likely go in relatively... Oh, wait, I gotta remove this one. This one doesn't count. Is that gonna... Hopefully this doesn't screw anything up. Anyway. No, just in alphabetical order, because that's the way they are on the sheet. But first one we're gonna do Golden Axe, because I can play Golden Axe very well. I can, I play it a lot, so I can very quickly rate it on its merits. That's not my birthday, but thank you, Mike. I love when Mike plays the tell chat it's someone else's birthday on your own birthday trick. A good one. But thank you, Refraction. All right, let's get started. We're going to start with Golden Axe, because Golden Axe, that thing died again. I guess my computer rebooted overnight. Good. Well, thank you, Fresh. I think you wished me back in March, so early, very early. But we're gonna play Golden Axe 1. This is a game that I've played a lot, so I can very quickly and easily evaluate this. Golden Axe was, I believe, a launch title for the Genesis. Sword Familiar, how's it going? 2 players. It's got co-op, so let's note that. Where'd I put it? There it is. Genesis, Mega Drive, Golden Axe 1, game 13. 2-player co-op. So, it's got some options, not anything particularly notable. It's got the dual mode. Easy mode, the dual mode. But this isn't what we're concerned with. We're going to play the main mode. Just showing off that this exists. Arcade mode is the main mode of the game. We're going to play as my man Gilius. Hey, Dr. Tasty, how's it going? We got story. Death Adder invaded the castle. My good friend Alex was killed. Bringing peace to the land is my duty. We got the wilderness. We got several different weapons already. We got choice of characters. Now this game is interesting. I would argue that this game has more depth because of its, like, dipshit AI, which you can, like, manipulate like this. But it's not like... A lot of it's not really intentional. This has mounts that you can ride on, which is cool. That adds a little depth to it. This game also this version of the game specifically, controls really well. It's really snappy. Stuff happens exactly as you do it. Depending on your controller that you use, it can be kind of easy to get also hello Nomad. It can be kind of easy to get accidental dashes in this if you're using a controller that isn't just a regular Genesis controller. But I want to show something off in this game that really adds to both the depth and the theme to me. Which is the foreshadowing, the tying together the different areas, right? They tell you about Death Adder. They give you a little bit of story in the interstitial scene. It says GXMD on the map. But it says Turtle Village this way, right? And then you go, and you get to Turtle Village, and you start to see Turtle Village, and it's not revealed until later that Turtle Village is literally a giant turtle. And you take that for granted when you've played this game, 200 times or whatever. But it's something that adds to the storytelling, the storytelling of it all, right? The atmosphere. But you can see the water down there running, right? You see the water running at the bottom, and it's... Once you know what's going on, it's a very cool detail that you're gonna pick up on every time. It's noticeable, right? Bovine, how's it going? I sent you a link to the spreadsheet, Bovine, as well. I'm starting out with a game I know well and can, show off. Pretty quickly. But yeah, the fact that this game has such a good it ties things together so well, right? You go, oh, we had to take a shortcut through Turtle Village, right? It gives you a little rest scene. You've got a campfire and all this stuff, right? That adds a ton to the game's appeal and its atmosphere and stuff, right? And then they draw the turtle in and stuff. That's really, really cool. That adds so much to the theme and to tying together how it is that you get from point A to point B. The immersion. And to that end, right, there's the fucking turtle. After they do the reveal, and even in the they even set it up in such a way that you see that reveal it's meant to be a reveal, right? Because they draw the turtle in on the map and they say, oh, the turtle takes us south across the sea. The music in this game is excellent, right? I think it may not be the best music on the Genesis, but it's up there for me. And I think, importantly, the music, the instrumentation for the music in the Genesis version of the game is actually better than the instrumentation in the arcade game, which is really important. Oh, that kick. I think that since not all games are arcade ports, it would be kind of a like it kind of has to get wrapped up into the other ratings, right? Zophar, how's it going? Yeah. I don't know what the arcade version of this used for a sound chip. But they certainly they certainly boosted the bass and like rebalanced the sound probably for the purpose of making it sound better. Hey, Green Herring, how's it going? Probably for the purpose of making it sound better on home speaker stuff, on TV speakers. And that's a lot of attention to detail. YM2151. Yeah, I don't know the difference. The differences between the YM2151 and the 2162. Yeah. Sylvie Redbird, thank you for 11 months. Yeah, I think there's an interesting thing that I think they rebalanced and they did a re-instrumentation of the music on the Genesis version, which I think makes it play better than the arcade version's music, with one caveat, which is the arcade version's music was likely balanced for very large speakers that would go into an arcade cabinet and have a much different sound profile than home speakers at the time would have done. But here's the other thing, right? You don't know. Yes, you still need to have you still need an expansion pack, and hold on, the way that's phrased is weird. If a game wants to save to a controller pack, you have to have a controller pack. If a game requires the memory expansion, you need the memory expansion. It doesn't do any of that stuff. The one thing I think it does as a moonwalk. The one thing I think it does as a convenience feature is it will allow you to back up your controller pack to SD. Pretty sure. But I haven't used that feature. You know, I know exactly why, right? And it's because of palette limitations. Yeah, I assume it's just they're not in the right place. Am I unnecessarily like doing actual fighting here? Or is there a second set of dudes? There's a second set of dudes. Yeah, any cart save stuff goes on the EverDrive. But I had to get one of those like Forever 64. Forever 64 packs. Jerk. I haven't played it. I haven't played a lot of the extra ports other than Super Golden Axe on MS-DOS. And the Sega Smash Pack port. With the official emulator. But yeah, the way that this like draws in the eagle and says, in retrospect, as if you didn't know, right? For the first time you learn that the Fiend's Path was, you learn that the Fiend's Path was a great, great eagle, right? And I think that consistency and that, like, presentation is just like this, right? This scene right here is fantastic for thematic purposes. I'm gonna keep going until I lose a life, by the way. It's pretty funny, me and you. So, this game, I want to say that this game is like, yeah, mounts and vehicles, that kind of stuff, is mounts, vehicles, weapons, that kind of stuff falls under depth. This game isn't particularly, other than one key factor, this game isn't particularly technically notable one way or another. Right, it's notable for being very good early on, but not like. Is there a screen advance here? I want to say there's. No, I guess there isn't. Too fast. Now, the thing about this game is, I think this game is interesting because it's, other than like one technique that is, as far as I can tell, pretty easy to intuit, but hard to describe. It's the opposite of like, it's the opposite of secret knowledge. It's something that you can learn by playing the game, but that like is hard to describe to someone else. It's hard knowledge to pass on. Which is the AI positioning. I don't know how that compares to the arcade version because it's been a while since I've played the arcade version. But this game compares favorably. In my opinion, this game compares favorably to the arcade version in terms of play control and like feel. It has some deficiencies for like the system's color palette and stuff. I know a lot of folks are disappointed with like the eagle's eye and the color of the axe. And that's fair criticism, right? But it's also important to note that like, shit, this game was a launch title for the Genesis, right? Was it a launch title for the Mega Drive as well? So we get the speech from the king and princess. But yeah, this game was very early. Like, at the latest, this game was very early for the, Genesis and Mega Drive each. Damn it. Oh. I don't know how I did that. Probably could make some decent speed tech out of that if I could make it consistent. Oh, shit. Ah, well. A year after the Japanese Mega Drive launch. Yeah, no, I no miss. I already got a no miss on this. Actually, I got the no miss in this, like, really recently on a YouTube stream 2 days ago? No. A week ago. But yeah, this game kind of sets a baseline in terms of, like, an amount of depth and an amount of depth and an amount of like playability. This is a very good baseline game to me. This is a good game that's got like this is a good game that's got like some flaws. It's got it's got some flaws. It's got, you know, oops, screwed up. It's not as good in some ways as the arcade version. It's better than the arcade version in other ways, but it's different, right? It has extra content compared to the arcade. Fucker. Don't do that. No. You fucker. I know I said I was going to stop after one life, but... I haven't really looked into it. I haven't found... Oh, we get to see the magic. And a lot of those full screen effects were, for the time, if not for the platform, they were very impressive. Oh, I just got new tech. I just figured out new tech. Anyway, this game, it's the reason I started with this game is I think it sets a very good bar for how we want to judge other games, right? I think Golden Axe is a very good game. I don't think it's the best beat 'em up. I think it's weird, right? Because it's got very simple combo strings. It doesn't have special moves, but it has magic. It has mounts. It has, it has a bunch of extra stuff, right? And it's very fun. A big part of Golden Axe is when I was a kid, I would play Golden Axe and I would lose at Golden Axe. And this is my key factor when I think about the fun of a game. When I was a kid, I would play Golden Axe and I would lose at Golden Axe, and I liked Golden Axe. I was always thinking about how I could play it more and get better at it so that I could continue playing it more, right? And I think a big part of that fun factor for me is a game that can be fun to lose at, right? If you're having fun when you're losing, you got a good game on your hands. Hello? So, let's scale this down. I need to have this in here. So it's got 2-player co-op. It's got an easy mode. It's got the duel mode. We don't need to quantify the in-game mechanical stuff. From a technical perspective, I think this game's about a 6. It doesn't do anything particularly wow, but it also doesn't it was very early on. It was very early on, and it did all the stuff that it does without it did all the stuff that it did without precursors showing the way how to do it, without examples from other stuff. So I would give it probably a 6, maybe a 7 in technical. I'll probably give it a 7 because it does some tricks. It never fails in performance. The music is a 9. There's better music in beat 'em ups. There's better music in beat 'em ups on the Genesis. There's better music in beat 'em ups on the Genesis, but this music is very good. Every track in this game is very good, and all suited to purpose as well. Sound effects, I think the sound effects are probably an 8, 7 or 8 for sound effects. The thing about the sound effects is that some of them are a little thin, but it's got the screams, it's got the digital effects, which would be rare in some games. There are a lot worse sounding sound effects on the Genesis. I think part of it is that there is some stuff that sounds really nice in this, and the reason I bump it up a 7 or an 8 is because the thunk from hitting dudes, the shoulder charge, crash, stuff like that, those feel really good. Actually, I'm gonna give it a 7 because the magic stuff is a little too weak, right? The magic stuff, when you do the magic, it's mostly just a bunch of noise, right? And that's not great. Are we getting close to the end of this thing? We gotta hide this real quick for the final ending. But it's pretty solid. Goodbye. Okay, that's what we needed to see. We just needed to see them leave. Appearance. I think Again, appearance is going to be weighted by the console standards, right? We're not going to be comparing, does a Super Nintendo game look better than a Genesis game? We're not here for that. Hey, Bridget, how's it going? We're rating this. How does this look as a Genesis game? What is the appearance like? How's the consistency of the art? I think that, and again, right, we're not comparing this to the arcade version, right? I think this game, it's an 8 or a 9, right? It's a solid 8, right, in appearance, because it nails the character designs. There are some thin backgrounds. There's a lack of color in a couple of areas. There are other games that have done a better job with balancing color and stuff like that. Whether it's a an arcade port or not doesn't figure into the appearance, right? How did the game end up in its final form on the Genesis, and how does it compare to other Genesis games, either from its time or otherwise? Theme. This game is a 9 in theme. Like, every little bit and like every like the way it's presented, the way it gives you character backstories, the way it packs so much into so little. It's a short game, but it shows you where you're going. It tells you a story the whole time. It's got all kinds of stuff going for it in terms of, like, oh, we can see the vibrating end here, too. There it is. Use player 3. Oh. My strength. Wait, was my strength lower when I... That's odd. But it just like even the fucking like the giant skeleton character select theme is it nails it, right? Now there's some other stuff that it could do. We're gonna see games that might get close to a 10 in theme, but it's important to note this is a 9 in theme. No, I got a lower. I'm pretty sure I got a lower strength in I got a lower strength when I didn't die the other day. I'd have to check the video, though. Depth. Depth is a tough one. For me, depth on Golden Axe is a tough one. Because it has a lot of different mechanics, but each of those mechanics aren't that deep, right? I feel like this is a very a classic example of like this is a classic example of like simple to learn, difficult to master. Yeah, exactly, Radon. The magic system is cool, but it's really just like hit the button when the boss appears. The character selection is cool. The characters have different moves. There's like the back attack moves that I don't use because I'm just not good at lining them up. But some people have a great deal of success with them. The like backwards roll with Gilius, the spin attack with the barbarians and stuff like that.
My God, that's fantastic.
Retrograde Tom, thank you for the big raid. Welcome. Shout out. Tom was playing Curse of Monkey Island earlier, and then moving out to sponsored MO2. Welcome. I hope you had a great stream, Tom. Thank you so much for the raid. Appearance. Animation is figured into appearance, right? So like, the more animation a game has, the better presented that animation is. Yeah, so Shadow over Mystara is the gold standard. Shadow over Mystara is a 10 depth. Shadow over Mystara 10 for depth, right? So that's That's where we are in terms of depth. I think this game is like a 7 or an 8. I think it's a 7 because it has a lot of mechanics, but each of those mechanics are limited in use or they're the individual mechanics themselves turn out to be relatively shallow. So like there's some stuff you can do. It's not, you know, it's not you hit one button and that's it, and maybe sometimes you jump attack, and it's not just do the running shoulder bash every time because that's the superior move and you don't have much else to do. There's a lot of different ways you can play this and see success. So it has depth. It's just that of that depth, it doesn't leverage it as much as it could. Again, it's a 1988 arcade game that it's based on, so we can't expect too much. But expectation and actual, like, delivery shouldn't really interact. What does the game actually deliver? If you're disappointed because it didn't deliver what you expected, that's not going to figure into this kind of rating. Oh, is it 89? Yeah, like this game came out before Final Fight. It didn't have a lot to copy off of other than Double Dragon and Kunio. Play control, this game controls really, really good. There's a few cases where you can get into like an edge case where... no, I'm going to bump that up to a 9. This game controls really, really good, right? It has a couple of edge cases where you can get into situations where your character will do something you don't intend. But yeah, like, unless you're using a weirdo controller or something, this game does exactly what you tell it, and it does it immediately. There's very few cases where you're locked into an animation you don't want, where you end up doing something by accident. Part of that is because it's fairly simple. There isn't a there isn't really a lot of cases where you can try to do a move and it doesn't come out because you screwed it, because you unintentionally missed the input or something like that. It doesn't have those cases. However, as a result, it gets much better at play control because they focused on a limited set and they made that set work really well. Now, fun. Again, fun is a pretty subjective rating, which I find this game is a 9 in fun for me, right? There's other games that I find to be even more fun, but they're rare. They're very rare. And part of the reason why is I had fun. Vivork, thank you for that 36 months, 3 whole years. I believe that is a new donut for you. Enjoy your eclair. Thank you, Vivork. So, so this game is a 9 in fun. There are more fun games out there, but I'd be hard-pressed to name some off the top of my head. However, I take into account that this game is less fun if you don't know how to play it well. And I know how to play it very well. The reason I know how to play it very well, however, is because it was still fun when I was losing at it. And that can be subjective, right? Some people will be like, hey, you know what? Golden Axe is too hard. I think it sucks. It's too simple. It doesn't do X, Y, or Z that I like. I don't want to play it, right? And that's fair. To me, Golden Axe is a 9 in fun. I've learned how to play it. I wouldn't have learned how to play it if it was any less fun than that. And it's as a result, right? I think 8.2125 is a pretty good baseline for Golden Axe. I think that's a fair score in terms of, like, in between an 8 and a 9. Golden Axe, that's where it sits, right? So I think this system works out as long as I'm able to, hey, Kate Price, how's it going? It's not my birthday, it's Mike's. He seems to have miscommunicated that. So, it's... Golden Axe is between an 8 and a 9. It's not a perfect game. It's a very good game. And it's at the edge of greatness. But it's short and it's simple, so it's not like... You're not going to get a huge, big, meaty experience out of this unless you're the type who hasn't played it before and goes, I'm going to learn how to play Golden Axe. Then you're going to have... You'll have a good time doing that. But now, I figure... The best way to proceed, we're going to do one more game before we move on to starting into the kind of limits, I would call it, right? Which is, we're going to have a pretty short time limit on games after the first couple to establish a baseline. And I want to set up that baseline to start, so I'm going to spend a little more time on the first couple of games, and then we'll have about 10 minutes to spend per game, maybe a little less. So the second game we're going to do is actually on the Super Nintendo, and importantly, these two games were contemporaries in the arcade. We're going to play Final Fight next. Now, I've played a bunch of Final Fight, albeit not a lot of the Super Nintendo version. I've played the Super Nintendo version, and I have fond memories of it, but it's not the version that I'm most familiar with. I know a lot of people immediately shit on the Super Nintendo port, and I want to be really clear about this, right? The Super Nintendo port of Final Fight is obsolete, right? It is completely obsolete now that we can play any version of the game. Now that we can play any version of the game at any time, right? However, we're not going to rate it based on that. We're going to rate it based on how would this have been at the time when the Super Nintendo was brand new. And again, right, I think this was a launch title or very soon after launch. Yeah, 1991, November 1991 in North America. December 1990 in Japan. So this was very soon. This was very soon after the console, or after the arcade version, right? This was within a year or a little bit longer than a year. And so, is that misaligned? Metro City, a well-known crime capital. Former Street Fighter, Mike Hagar. Sometime in the 1990s. Turn on your TV, you fiend. Power down, hey Shadrock. What? Jessica was kidnapped? The Mad Gears must pay, and nobody else. Yeah. So this, we're right into it. No difficulty options, no nothing. We pick Cody or Hagar. We get a map, tells us where we are. beat the crap out of dudes right away. This game controls really well. It's got a little bit of slowdown compared to other versions, but it controls real fucking nice. You can do shit like the... You can do shit like the, yeah, you can get the rapid-fire jab going. You've got the jump kick splits and shit like that. Jerk. This game has some tech. I'm not as good at the tech on this controller. Get a radio, points. I think the music in this is... It's not as compelling as Golden Axe. It's not as compelling as the arcade version of this. But it's got great sound effects. Yeah, like the it's got weapons. The weapons are multimodal, which is interesting, and behave differently for different characters. You jerk. Now, one thing I will say, one thing that I'm not going to touch on in any game is the idea of localization or like censorship or stuff like that, because it was simply a thing that did not enter the public conscience until much later, and then only as a subject of like only as a subject of like controversy brought up by game magazines. I dropped it. Oh, you jerk. Do I have a... An extra life. Oh, he got me. But this game plays really well, right? This game plays pretty comparably to the, well, at least to the X68000 version, which is the arcade perfect version that I'm most familiar with. The music isn't as good. Having weapons... Weapons are kind of an interesting, fucker. Like... this game does a really good job of like, yeah, there's all this stuff going on and like gigantic sprites for the time, right? Like, consider this came out what? A year after Golden Axe? And look at how big everybody is in this. Ha! Yeah, and the two characters, this game only has two characters, but the two characters play very differently, right? Like, Cody has fast attacks, simpler throws. He has the, like, knife stuff going on. Grab that pizza. Pizza. Pepperoni passion. The enemies handle differently and like in comparison, yeah, at least it's in a barrel. In comparison to Golden Axe, like, we've got similar numbers of enemies, but they're trickier. The enemies in this are, right, like, that's why I said, right, like, no part of this exercise is going to focus on differences in localization, censorship, and stuff like that, unless it constitutes a, like, significant difference in content. And we'll make a note of that. Oh, I died. Barrel mutton. This game has a little slowdown, right? Like most SNES games, but it doesn't really harm the game too bad in most cases. A little bit. In some cases it does a little bit, but not super bad. And this game also does something that I think is really cool with regard to the, like, Crime City the Crime City trope, right? Which is you have a very specific path that you're following through the city. And it takes you through, like, okay, we're on the street. We go in the subway. We come out of the subway. We take the subway car. We stop the subway car at this point. We go down a, like, dead-end track. We go into this spot. Now we're in, like, this underground fighting ring, right, which is hidden behind the subway stuff. Look at those crazy dudes in the background. This guy's a jerk. Hello, Retro Toaster. And so it gives you a like clear map of where you're going in each thing, right? Brake car. Break some random car for no reason. Right, so...
Oh my car.
Oh my car. Right? And so, this game does some cool shit, right? Like, you know, it starts at day, it goes to night. This game is... This game is very good. Right? This game, for the time, right? For the time, the giant sprites, the huge detailed backgrounds, like, this game looked really fucking good when it came out, right? This was a game that did a great job of selling the Super Nintendo in the same way that I think that the Golden Axe did of selling the Genesis, in terms of selling it as a concept. This looks better than what you had before. The characters are nice and colorful. The characters are big. Everything is like really highly saturated. Oh, you got me. Yeah, like, but again, right? Like, between this and Super Mario World and a handful of other games at the Super Nintendo launch, and then you've got, like, you know, Golden Axe, you've got Strider, you've got you got me. You've got Altered Beast to a certain extent, right? The Genesis had its own standout games that were better than the stuff that was available when the Genesis was brand new. And again, right? This was again an upgrade over what was available when the Super Nintendo was released. Starman, how's it going? Fuck, I dropped it. No! I'm dead. It's got this. No, I'm gonna get dynamited. Oh, yeah, hooray. You gotta restart at the beginning of the stage. And you continue. But this game is... It's very, very good, right? Like I said, a lot of people will shit on this because it's not arcade perfect. It doesn't have Guy in it. I know I was a little disappointed. I was a little disappointed that it didn't have Guy in it. Because Guy was my favorite arcade game character. Like, favorite character in the arcade game. And it loses a little bit of its depth. Yeah, but Noman, the other thing is, no one ever got to Rolento in the arcade in like in 1990. This game is tough. It's very difficult. Final Fight is no slouch for difficulty. I haven't noticed anything dropping any inputs. The input has been really, really solid. I can even get the the rapid fire punches. Whoa! Ugh. This game has very satisfying clumpage. Maybe like I can't stress enough how fucking difficult the arcade final fight specifically is. These guys have iframes, and they're killing me because of it. I don't like the way the weapons feel. I prefer to play beat 'em ups without making too much use of weapons and stuff. Just because they're in many beat 'em ups, they're just not as safe as using your fists. Yeah, this game, like, I know I've seen BBH 1cc, the arcade version, but like, I don't think there's anyone who could do the Super Nintendo version, which is easier than the arcade version. I don't think there's anyone I know who could do this deathless. And I can do Golden Axe deathless, right? So, someone asked earlier, someone mentioned earlier that they changed the characters. We're absolutely not touching on any cosmetic changes between versions, which this game doesn't have, right? Oh yeah, Murph. Well, let me just eat that gum. It's fine. I'm gonna be able to eat. Can't get it. Well, that's part of the thing, right? Is that I think this game actually has quite a bit more depth in terms of like the AI portion of it than Golden Axe, because this game has like I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. This game has, like... more complicated enemy behaviors, and there's more you have to do to deal with individual enemies. You have to have different strategies, where, with some exception for skeletons, the same strategy works on, on most enemies. Skeletons and Death Adder have some variation, but there's not as much variation between the different enemy types and the different, like, what they're doing with the enemies. Dog. But I can't get that much deeper into this game because I'm burning off a continue every stage, right? I'm not going to be able to finish the stage. The dog gives you things? How does the dog give you things? So your exposition overlaps the dog. Dog 2 gives a continue. What? Look at that. I had to see the foot position. If you want to reproduce this, chat, for Cody, the black pixel lines up with this line of the tile. But wait, if this, what did you say, like the third dog or whatever? Hell yeah. The third dog gives you a life? How often does it give you lives? Yeah, that's like most of your most of your time on the stage. Fuck, do you have a separate button for it in this? I don't have the right tile lined up. Higher than right. I've died. We're gonna let him explode. So, oh, I gotta add. Let me go grab it from the Genesis scene. Copy. Paste reference. Okay. So, final fight. Final fight. Appearance. For its time, for how it looks, this game is a 9 in appearance for me. The reason for that is the dudes are fucking giant. It's colorful. It looks like the arcade version. If you're playing it on a CRT at home in 1991, you're like, holy shit, I'm playing the fucking arcade game. It looks fantastic. There isn't hardly anything about this game that doesn't look great. And to me, there's actually few, there are few Super Nintendo games that actually look better. Like the Mario games look a little bit better. Honestly, I don't think the Final Fantasy games look better. There's not a lot of games that look better on Super Nintendo, right? Yeah, on the Spectrum, not so great looking. But this game looks really good. It's got large, colorful graphics, detailed backgrounds. It looks very much like the arcade version. There isn't anything I can point to in this, even on a modern display, and say, hey, you know what? That's visibly different than the arcade version. This is visibly degraded. There's no gray X. There's no brown eagle's eye. Sorry, eagle's brown eye. You know, there's a lot of the stuff that, a lot of the stuff, on the contrary, I think Final Fantasy VI is overrated in appearance. I think Final Fantasy VI is... They tried to do too much with 6, and it comes off as muddy. On modern displays, it's a little better, but Final Fantasy VI kind of suffers. It also has a palette problem where it ends up having effects that aren't bright. It's a very dull-looking game for the most part. Super Metroid looks better. Terranigma is a very good-looking game. I don't think Axelay looks better than this. I think Axelay is a kind of dull-looking game. It has a very... Axelay is very technically impressive, but just a regular SNES pad. I think Axelay is a higher technical execution, but it's not a better-looking game. Thank you, Spokely. I'm glad someone caught that. Hey, Asriel, how's it going? So, This game is fantastic looking, and again, I'm taking time period into account here because this game came out in 91, right? 91, November 91. There weren't very many games that looked like this in November 91. Half of them were Capcom games on the Super Nintendo, right? And of the games that look better, many of them were late in the life cycle of the Super Nintendo or years later, and many of them have different art styles. I think this game nails both the arcade port and the art style to technical execution kind of ratio. I think this game looks fantastic. I think this game has probably an 8 in sound effects, if not a 9. I'm a huge fan of just the meaty hits and the grunts and all of the stuff that's going on in the game sounds really fucking good. I might actually give this a 9 in sound effects. Because also this game has kind of crappy music. It only gets a 6 in music. But the sound effects are really, really, they're crunchy, they're bassy, they sound really, really nice. There's just this tremendous sense of impact. Even the whoosh, 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 when you're throwing a punch, amazing. The big thump when you land a pile driver or a big throw, the voices, it all comes together in this really great package for sound effects. Technical, this game isn't a technical marvel. It's just using the Super Nintendo a little bit above average for other games that were coming out at the time, but it does pretty good at technical. I would say this is a 6 or a 7 in technical stuff. There's one reason I won't give it a 7. I don't recall there being any mode 7 in this game, so it doesn't get to have a 7. If the map went right, so theme. I actually talked about this with a couple of folks offline before when I was doing research for this. I like the Crime City theme. Crime City is a good theme, right? And this game does it pretty well. But again, Crime City was already 2 games old at that point. It was already 3 years old when this game came out. That Crime City was the beat-em-up formula. So this game is pretty formulaic, but it executes well on it. So I'm going to give this an 8 for theme. The reason for that is it's possible to do worse on the Crime City theme, but they've got the map and they've got the progression and stuff like that. There's little they could do. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good with 8 on theme. Now, for depth. This game is weird for depth because it's very straightforward in terms of you've got your basic punch, you've got your basic combo string. It's got some kind of invented tech. I don't know that they were going for the flip-flop on the combos and stuff, but it's got special moves for Hagar. You've got the choice of 2 characters. But what gives this an extra edge in depth is the enemy behavior and the variety of enemies and the fact that visually you know what you're getting into when you see an enemy coming. You've got the super joy attacks. There's a lot of stuff going on. I think 8 is a good depth for this. There aren't mounts. It does have weapons. It's a very tough game. It's a very challenging game. It's tough to say that, from a mechanical perspective, right? It does a lot of stuff. It has a very simple central theme, but then it's kind of the opposite of Golden Axe. Golden Axe has a lot of different things to do, and each different thing that you do is relatively shallow in comparison. But this has very few things that you do, and each of those things is much deeper in comparison, right? So I think about an 8 is probably where the depth goes with this. Play control for this game is also about an 8. The slowdown does negatively impact the play control. When it's running at full speed, it's a 9. It's got a little bit of problem with like slowdown and sometimes you're not doing exactly what you want because it's hard to nail it down with like exactly what's going to happen, because it might be a few frames late, or it might be, you know, it's easy to drop the flip combos and stuff like that because it lingers a little too long, or you hit the button too many times. Hard to tell, right? And so it's not quite as deliberate as Golden Axe in that regard. Still very good play control, plays really nice, and there's a lot of stuff to do in it, and all of those things that you do come out very good. Hungry Goria, thank you for the big raid. Holy crap. All the raids today. I hope you had a wonderful stream, Hungry. What were you up to? Super Princess Peach on the DS. On original hardware. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. DS friends. Hope that went well. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for the raid. Demon in the Tea House, yeah. Alchemical. Refraction. Refraction is here. Leather Soup. Hungry Goria. Welcome. Welcome. So I got a big project today. It's going to be I got a lot of work to do. We're 2 hours in and I'm on game 2. So, what I'm doing today, and we'll wrap this up. I'm working on the rating. Hey, Raspy Doo. Hey, Seven Castle Forest. Welcome. V-Dig. Burst Error. Hello, everyone. So I'm going through and I'm looking at... I'm going to play a little bit of every beat 'em up on the Sir Spamison. Thank you for gifting a sub to Hungry Goria. Every beat 'em up on the 16-bit consoles. Jiggy! Yes. Hello, Jiggy. Welcome. Good evening. Happy Friday. Happy Big Bum Up Friday.
Sierra Adventure Game.
Oh yeah, of course.
Enter Forest. Shoot Mark.
Yeah, one quarter of a level.
Cut wood. Mosey over tower. Dig shack. Get key. Burn room. Climb.
Oh, we got
top,
neural
cut down
nonsense.
trees, and so on.
Booze is
you can
dead.
also visit several secluded areas on the game map that are only available by taking cutters, such as Last Town, Hut, Pictured Right, Roof, and Boat. Some locations on the map can only be accessed by taking cutters. See map below. The mountains are generally not a problem. The tree chopping quest though is a drag. It's one round, and you either chop down a tree or get and give a trinket. I would wait for those type of quests, but this quest is much more of a huggable kind of adventure. The two buddies though are now more able to communicate as players. You get a call when you're on the rope in the upper forest. This call tells the cutters the other players on the rope. The other buddy can help off of the rope itself.
Please appreciate my joke. Anyway, thank you, Sir Spamus. Hungry Goria, enjoy your gift sub. So, like I said, I'm spending some extra time with the first 2 games on the list because I want to give an idea of my thought process. I can do this stuff a lot faster than I'm doing it right now, and I'm going to have to. We also have, there's a link to the spreadsheet if you want to take a look at it. There's a view-only link in the chat, just the boom up command. So, for fun, I think for me personally, and again, fun is a more personal rating than anything else here. I think it's about an 8. I think Final Fight is about an 8 in fun for me. And the reason for that is I can never really get it to like... I can never really get that much into it that I'm like, all right, I gotta play it again. I gotta do a run back. I gotta get deeper into the game. I play up until Bayside, and then I'm like, oh, okay, that was fun. I'll play it again later, right? It's a very fun game, but it's not the kind of game that, like, hooks me in and makes me keep playing it and keep playing it until I get really good. Ha ha. But again, right, like, 7.8, I think that's a pretty good rating for Final Fight. It's not quite as good as Golden Axe, in my estimation, for its console, for its time. I think it's not quite as good as Golden Axe, but it's very good, and it's, you know, within half a point, I think, is the... I'm clicking on OBS instead of over here because my cursor, but like 8.21 to 7.8, it's like less than half a point difference. I think that's pretty close in terms of how that's gonna break down. So for anyone who's just arriving, we had a big raid. We had another raid, I think, while I was playing Final Fight, so we'll just go over this real quick. Yeah, that's exactly it, Jiggy, is that, like, I'm trying to look at the games on their own merits in terms of, like, if you had this system and you played these games, how good a time are you going to have? Well, you're probably going to have a pretty good time with Final Fight. You're probably going to have a pretty good time with Golden Axe. And again, if you like those games, if you like the style, you like what they're doing, they're good games. They're both good games. Golden Axe, I think, is a little bit better. And I think part of that is, on its own merits, it is a slightly better game than the arcade. SNES is slightly worse than the arcade version of it, right? So I think that figures into it a lot. So for those who are just arriving, I have a big list of, let's see, 31 plus 51 plus 4, that's 86 games. There are 86 games. We've played 2 of them. We're now going to go into a much faster mode. We're not going to bring the spreadsheet up. Tang Fever, welcome. We're going to go into a slightly quicker mode here, because I need to get through these games. I have about a 10-minute limit for each of these games. So I'm going to try to get the best feeling I can for each of these games in that 10-minute window. If a game is really, like, hard to nail down or has something that I really want to dig into, I'll probably give it a little bit more time. If it's a game that we already know a lot about, like The Tick, we can probably get away with giving it a little less time. So this also has a dual option. This has a versus mode. This has co-op. So we're going to note those down real quick. Alien Storm has dual mode, versus mode, co-op. Some different options here. We'll just leave it all on normal. You have roll and special. Arcade. 3 characters to pick from. The lady, the dude, robot. I like the robot, but I think we're going to play as the dude because he's got the more detailed, interesting looking sprites. I think he better represents the best the game has to offer. He's got a bunch of different weapons that he takes out. Mr. Radon, thank you for gifting a sub to Jiggy. Jiggy, enjoy your sub.
This is the script from Days of Our Lives.
Oh, we got neural nonsense.
Tom fires an energy blast. She screams. Tom turns off the power. Dr. Horton. Okay, back to day of the, day. That is how far into the future I happen to be. Get ready. God. Why did you let us just in like that? Dr. Horton. We were going to, retreat. We were going to build an, station, and operate it from a state of equilibrium. But according to the calculations in the text, at this critical moment, you have to bring your partners back. A team that isn't controlled by us. The team that I intend to take in. Tom pulls out a gun and shoots Kay. Kai writhes in pain, falls over in disgust, and gets up and runs. While Tom finishes disassembling the device, Tom sighs. God, I did not make up these equations. I did not ask you to try and make math.
Got a cool shooting gallery mode. So that's a cool feature. This game is, if I recall correctly, other than some color loss on the Genesis, this game is pretty arcade accurate. This game isn't as deep as the ones we've seen so far. It's competent. It controls pretty well. There's a bunch of different interesting moves. Oh shit, they're taking off. I love the execution of the art in this game, like weird creatures and shit. Low energy. That's a hard question to answer, Gibbs Paw. This, this segment is very cool. This game gets a lot of points for, this game gets points for doing additional stuff that's not specifically, strict beat 'em up stuff. The multimodal nature, I think, enhances it greatly. Yeah, the monster designs are good. The backgrounds aren't great, but they do, they communicate kind of a cohesive, thing.
You have Captain Diomedes.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the arcade version of this to tell you whether the AI is that much different. I think this is probably quite a bit easier on the home port. But GibbsPaw, to answer your question, each of the systems have strengths and weaknesses. The Genesis has a more powerful CPU, but it has less support hardware, and its biggest limitation, in my opinion, is the color limitation on the VDP. Because that's a hard limitation unless you do really, really crazy stuff that was never done in its day. Right? Like, nobody actually used the blast processing full potential to make 4,000 color stuff, and it would have locked up the CPU anyway, so. And cartridge space would have been an issue. So, like, with that in mind, the, oh, thank you for shouting out. Shouting out esports. With that in mind, it's a hard limitation that the system can never overcome without modern techniques. So, in that regard, like, you can program an efficient and quick Super Nintendo game. You can work around processor limitations to do cool stuff efficiently on the Super Nintendo. You can't really make a Genesis game. You can't really make a Genesis game with more than 64 colors or whatever. So, in that regard, it's like power. It's not a. That's not a like system power thing, right? Like, it's just how it is. But this game is good. It's not the most complex game. It's got some cool designs, but the designs are repeated quite a bit. And at its core, this game is basically Golden Axe. It's like a slightly less complex Golden Axe with more interesting bonus stages. So, that's about as much as we need to play. It's a fun game. It's not too challenging. Man, hiccups now. The energy meter is a bit of a weird oddball mechanic. You gotta be careful not to use too much energy or your weapon becomes shitty. 7.8, Bovine. Overall, 7.8. Within half a point of Golden Axe, but slightly worse. But yeah, this game, I don't think we need to play too much more of this. This is a, you know. Oh, fuck. I missed my opportunity to continue as the other dude. But yeah, let's talk about this. This, we get... let's bring this up. Technical. Whoops. This is about a... This is a little less good technically than Golden Axe, I think. It's maybe even just like a 5. No, it's got some interesting stuff. The stuff coming at you in the other scenes, but overall, pretty bog standard. This game suffers really with the sound effects. This is what I expect out of a Genesis game. When you're like, farty FM sound effects on the Genesis, that's really what you're talking about. The music, to me, is it's suitable, but it's not very good. The game looks pretty good. 7. The theme is quite good, I think, and they do a lot of good stuff with it. But it's not a complicated theme. It doesn't leverage its theme as much as it could. It's like, hey, our theme is aliens. Our theme is aliens. Here's the thing, but that's it. Like by the end of stage 1, or by the end of stage 2, you've seen everything we're gonna do with our theme, and that's about it, right? Depth. This game doesn't have nearly as much depth as either. Actually, you know what? We'll give it an extra point in depth because of the like mini game modes and stuff like that. Retro Toaster, thank you for the 100 lilies. Opportunity to wet my whistle. I think for play control, this game does control pretty well. It controls pretty good. And it's fun. You know, it's not as much fun as Golden Axe, but we're getting like within spitting distance of a 7. I think that's pretty good for this game. I think this game probably goes up a full point if you're playing it co-op. You've got the different character selections. Yeah, maybe we'll give it a 7. Yeah, that's it. We'll give it a 7 in depth. And that probably rounds off to about a 7 overall. That's about where Alien Storm fits in, I think.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go.
Cheer 100 Retro Toaster 3.
So spam something for the 100 bits. So now we're gonna. We're gonna switch back over. And we're going to stick with the Alien theme. We got Alien versus Predator. Well, that's the thing, right, Bovine, is that I don't think Alien Storm is as good a game as Golden Axe. It's not as good a game as Golden Axe, right? Golden Axe is a better game, but Alien Storm came out a couple of years later. So, oh, Alien. Alien versus Predator. Start game. All right. Oh, we've got an invisibility effect. We got guns. I'm throwing spears. Oh. I'm a little confused. I'm confused how my weapon power works. Ooh, orb. Give me orb. Oh, that just made me invisible again. Is it? Is it mechanically fucked up, or? Oh, you got a cannon. skull. Yeah, it's got a real good look. It's got... The aliens are really nice. I'm not a huge fan of two things that I'm seeing. Although they're relatively minor. The dithering on the Predator is a little weird to me. Okay, so you can slide. It might have, but P power. Oh, what did I do? Ow. The other thing that I'm seeing a little bit of is the, what I would refer to as, unedited scan background art, which it's not a huge negative. But it is something that I consider. Jeez. I don't like how these guys are like, they have like super armor. And they're just walking. The hit detection in this isn't great. It's kind of hard to line up sometimes, and like the throw stuff. Lines up kind of weird. I'm unsure what my A power rating is. I guess that's the enemy's health. Yeah. Yeah, this game isn't... Is that a meat? Is that a meat croissant that I can't pick up until I throw my weapon away? The aliens have been cleared from the streets. Is it possible to play as not Predator in this? Did I miss something at the start? Or is it just literally Alien versus Predator and the Marines don't? Yeah. How to deal with this dude. Oh, you can't do your Super Joy when you have a weapon. These aliens look pretty good. The, like, hit, the contact damage aliens don't look that good. They look like... Give me the cologne. Very long, like, these dudes, the drawing is good, but the use of color makes them look a little like, you know those Amiga games where they used up all their colors in the background layer, and so the sprites are like, the sprites in the foreground are all like, one or two colors. The green alien there looks like that. The other alien is like really nice looking. So the art in this game, the presentation is like inconsistent, which to a certain extent is more jarring than if it all looked kind of crappy. But at the same time, like, if I was a developer and I had an opportunity to make my game look half great, I'd go for it, right? No, this is a, as far as I know, this is a Super Nintendo exclusive game. This is a cool effect. This is a very cool effect. This is a very neat effect. Very good usage of the transparency there. Additive mode. Which you still can't fucking do additive mode right on anything. Fuck this boss, though. When is he vulnerable? Why does he have so much health? I don't know how to fight that. Or do we continue? Yeah, okay. Like, cool boss design, but like... We got music on the pause screen. That's okay. Alright. How's this game rate? Technical... It doesn't slow down. It doesn't really slow down. It doesn't really slow down, and it's got that neat light effect. I think a 6 maybe in technical. The sound effects are the sound effects are kind of weak for a Super Nintendo game as well. I think I'm gonna give it a 5 for sound effects. They're not offensive, but they're just not. There's not much to them. The music is better than Final Fight's music, but it's also like less memorable. It stands out less. It's just there, which I think is fine. I'd give that a 6. Appearance-wise, I think this is a 5. Just because of the... yeah, I think so too, Bovine. And that's a big differentiator, right? The mismatched kind of styles of the art with the, like, scanned backgrounds and the clearly pixel art, like detailed pixel art. Like, I'm not a fan of the colors of the dithering on the Predator, but they did a lot of work on it, and it's very much, it's very much a care was taken with the Predator sprite, right, and all the stuff that he does, right, like, pretty good. That alien, pretty good. But in terms of, like, the mismatch of styles between that and the scanned backgrounds, the high-quality aliens versus the low-quality aliens, yeah, it's a little bit jarring, right? Like, this partly looks like the backgrounds partly look like a late era Sierra game where they were just scanning in everything and like from pencils and doing very basic cleanup and then putting pixel art over top of it. And this looks like that with the pixel art over top of it. The single color, the like monochromatic alien sprites kind of remind me of like Amiga or Spectrum sprites in a bad way. Not sprites on Spectrum, but you know what I mean. Like the kind of monochromatic stuff reminds me of British microcomputer games in a bad way. Theme? I think this game has a very good theme. It just doesn't do a lot with it. I'll give it a 7. I'll give it a 7 on theme because Alien vs. Predator, fantastic fucking theme. Right? But they, like, if this had the execution on the theme that the arcade game had, it'd be a 10 in the theme. But it doesn't. It's got to lose a lot of points from that 10 to get down to 7. I can't comment too much on the depth. It's a little more than baseline because there's the weapons and the drops and stuff, and there does appear to be that like sliding mechanic, and you have a shoulder cannon that you can use. Depth is one of the harder things to get into, but there aren't multiple characters. There aren't multiple characters. There aren't any mounts or vehicles or anything like that. There's no co-op play. The enemies don't really have much of a... They kind of just go at you and run into you. Play control, also a 6. It's... You move where you expect to go, and your moves happen when you expect them to. But the hitboxes, the hit detection, and that kind of stuff drags the play control down because you often feel like you did something wrong when it's not that the game isn't responding. The game isn't responding the way you expect it to because the hitboxes are bad or because the iframes or whatever the case. You feel like it's controlling poorly as a result of it just not working quite right. Yeah, no shadows. This game, I will say this, right? Except for this boss that I got to, there's a bunch of stuff about this game that I just don't get. Oh, the slide. I should be using the slide for these dudes. No. The slide doesn't work for these dudes. Oh, shit! Okay, that adds a little bit to it. I didn't know about that move. If anybody knows anything about this game that I should be aware of, let me know. You have what appears to be a... Yeah, you've got a charge meter in the upper right. I don't know. Does that use your health up? It seems like it does. The drops are random, which is tough. Okay, that helps a lot. Charge attack for a projectile. I might give it an extra point of depth for this. For having that, like, charge mechanic. Because that does change a lot of the... I still don't know how you're supposed to deal with this fucking boss, though. I guess slide attack him as soon as he comes out of the water? Yeah, okay. I figured the boss out. Figured the boss out. Hey, Dialoco, how's it going? Fuck. I didn't hit the button strongly enough. My right shoulder button's a little finicky. The UI is a little placeholder. I think the 5 in appearance covers it, right? The clash of styles. This UI could be fine if the rest of the game kind of matched, right? It's clear, you can read it. It has all the stuff for it. But it somehow clashes with every other piece of the game that also clashes, right? Spears don't do much more damage to it than the slide kick. Is the problem. Can we... Did that even hurt it? No. I know, right? This is... If I have to remember correctly, this is likely the worst AVP game. But not because this game is, like, super, super bad or anything. But because every other AVP game, except maybe AVP 2 games, are just really good. Right? Like the arcade game, the first-person shooter games. Oh no, I guess it's Predator 2, not AVP 2. What am I talking about? Ah, that's true. Jaguar. Yeah, this game's shaping up. This game's shaping up to be a 5. Yeah, look at this. Look at that, like, look at the pixel size mismatch here. Like, poorly scaled assets. Like, scanned in and then poorly scaled. go? No. What's this fucking music? This is like comedic chase from a Christmas movie montage music. This game isn't super fun. This game's like a 5 in fun. I would probably, if this game has infinite continues, I might give it a shot to just like force my way through it. If it also sticks to the like just slide attack everything. But yeah, a little bit over a 5, 5.5. I think that's about where this sits. That's a pretty harsh rating when you consider that like truly awful games aren't that truly awful games aren't that common, right? This game, it's not well done. It's not super good. What's next? One of my favorite properties on the Genesis. One of my favorite properties. Let's get to it. Top-down view of Predators sliding. We got Battletoads. Yeah, it's dull, right? We know Battletoads. Battletoads doesn't usually look this ugly. Huh. Goodbye. This is a $300 game. Folks, don't buy software. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Ugh. Hello? Okay. I want to... This game was already going to get a shit play control rating, but please observe the fucking difficulty with getting a dash to come out here. Oh, for fuck's sake. And it doesn't carry air momentum. Also. So I learned something about Battletoads. Thanks to the arcade. Thanks to the arcade version. No, it happens everywhere. Oh, I fell off a cliff there. Same old Battletoads. Oh, I won. So here's the thing about Battletoads. Battletoads is... Battletoads isn't particularly good at anything it does, right? But it does a lot of things, which, you know, there's something to be said for that. But as a beat 'em up, right? I think Battletoads Arcade taught us I think Battletoads Arcade taught us about the beat 'em up portion of Battletoads, which is that without the variety, Battletoads is kind of boring. As a beat 'em up, it's kind of boring. So, as a game, I think Battletoads is about a 6. As a beat 'em up, it's maybe like a 4.5. And I think outside of the quantity of challenge, I don't think Battletoads is very good. And the problem here is that this port is worse than a several years old NES game. On the NES, it's technically impressive. I agree with that, right? Yeah. And again, right, like... Yeah. Battletoads on NES is a technically impressive game that does a lot of things impressively. I don't think it does any of the things that it does particularly well in terms of, like, in terms of, like, you know, it's not a great obstacle course game. It's not a... It's not a great beat 'em up. It's not a great whatever else. So, I think it gets a lot of I think it gets a lot of play from the like, oh, Nintendo games are so hard. Wow, hard game kind of crowd. The Dark Souls of its day. Although I think that Dark Souls does a lot more stuff more better than Battletoads does. Yeah, it's got that, right? It's got that going for it, that it's like, yeah, like a good surface level appeal. And then you play the game and you play the first 3 stages and you go like, oh, wow, this game's cool. And then you see somebody else play the rest of the stages and you're like, yeah, I never got there, but that's cool too. And you don't realize how poorly most of those stages play, right? Like, but this port is like kind of slapdash. I feel like the upgrades to the appearance are like pretty minimal. It almost looks like a Master System game to me, just in terms of like the sprite fidelity and the like, to a certain extent, the color usage, but again, right? This already, yeah. Like, this already has play control issues, and then it's like, and then on top of that, it's also got, like, it's got the base play control issues of Battletoads, and then it's like, and then it's also got additional problems on top of that. So, yeah, the NES soundtrack is better than the Genesis soundtrack, which is a notable deficiency. But here's the thing, Doom Noob, right? It doesn't have a good color range. It's only using bright colors. It's not doing anything like good or interesting with them. It doesn't have the pause music. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. I think that, yeah, 0 out of 10. I'm playing until I die on the turbo tunnel. If I recall correctly, this turbo tunnel is also fucked. Because the Yeah. Yes, this turbo tunnel is fucked. This turbo tunnel is so fucked. Because it has further control problems in the turbo tunnel segment. Because there's a delay after you land. Yeah, right on. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, let me get some better music on. All right, technical. This game doesn't. It's a 4. It's a 4 on a technical level for the Genesis. It doesn't do anything interesting. This stuff was interesting when it was on the NES, but doing NES stuff on the Genesis is below the system's capabilities, right? It doesn't do anything novel or interesting with regard to the That's good. Sound effects. The sound effects are barely there, right? There's hardly anything going on with the sound effects of this game. Money. Music. I'm torn on the music. I think maybe a 5 on the music. Because the compositions are still good. They're not as good as the NES, which is a system is what? The sound chip was like 6 years old at that point. So I don't think they put the effort they should have done into it. For the composition, the instrument choice. I don't think this game, like, it's got bright colors. I like the choice of colors. I don't think they did a very good job with the colors. A lot of the assets in this look like they're being how do I put this? This game looks like it was sourced from the same assets that, like, the Amiga version and the Master System version and the Game Boy version or whatever were sourced from. These don't look like Sega Genesis assets. They look like something that they were like, can we make this work on the Genesis? Yeah, or let's do some color replace and then, like, scale this up.
I think I'm being followed.
Chirp, thank you for the
What do
follow.
they want from me?
I give this a 5 in appearance. Theme? I'll give this a 5 in theme. I always thought the Battletoads theme was I always thought it was derivative. Honestly. It's TMNT but worse, right? Yeah. It was hey, let's copy TMNT. And if you actually dig into the lore, yeah, they wanted the TMNT cash in, and I think that harms the theme. I think it was very much like, whoa, radical, sex dominatrix end boss, and like, it's TMNT. And they literally put that in the advertising, right? They're like, turtles are slow, but look at these toads, kick ass. Right? So it's I don't find much to like about Battletoads. Lore, their theme, their depth. It ain't good. It ain't good. It could have been a good idea, but it wasn't, right? It was derivative. They were copying stuff, and then, like, they didn't. Baxter Crook. That's a lot to unpack. Yep. As a beat 'em up. Yeah. Like, don't make me go get the Moo Mesa picture. Yeah, they're like, so if I was rating this just on the beat 'em up segments, I think the beat 'em up segments are like a 3. They have weapons. The beat 'em up segments have weapons. They have things you can throw and like lots of pits. But there's like 2 enemy AI types. The enemies are extremely straightforward. They had a cool idea with the like power moves where you like pound a guy into the ground and then kick him off with your big boot. But that's criminally underused. You can't do it on most enemies, right? There's like one enemy in the game you can do the like pound kick on, and that's it. And you don't have a choice, right? That's just your combo. You don't get to pick that you're going to do that to one enemy or another. And I think that from a depth perspective, TMNT Arcade shows us what the beat 'em up portion of Battletoads is like taken on its own, which is boring, right? It's lazy and boring, and I think this game is like that too. However, I'll give it an extra point for the fact that it is part of this multimodal thing, right? That's the point it gets back. So it's a 4 in depth. The play control is a 3 because this game controls like shit. The physics suck, the hitboxes suck, the controls suck, and like I had to sit there for fucking 4 minutes. Half the time spent in this game was fiddling with the fucking dash not coming out because I would dash for half a frame and then like for half a second and then stop. And then your attacks immediately arrest your momentum in midair. Play control is a 3. And like everything taken together, I don't like this game. I don't like the original game. I think that it's not a fun game to play. If you are a like challenge seeker, can maybe double the score for fun, but I'm not. Right? I like easy games. I like games that control well. I like playing games that are like give me good feedback and have like core design idea, not core designs. I hate core designs. I like games that have like a core idea that seems to be serving the player having a good time with the game or doing something. This game just felt like a bunch of British people sitting around jerking off into a vat and then taking a big ladle full of it and pouring it into a game cart. And it's like it's just this mess. They didn't know what they were doing, and they just threw something out there and were like coding their tech demo. So, given that, it's like, yeah, like that's its appeal, right? I'm giving it the extra depth for its multimodal nature and for the fact that it did a lot of different stuff, but also, right? I think that other games do that better a lot of the time. I think this game did it early. It wasn't the first, if you count like microcomputer stuff. It wasn't the first, right? But as a multi-event game, it does pretty good on the NES. This version has no reason to exist. The overall score, 4.2. 4.2 for this. 4 technical, 5 music. All right, 4 technical, 4 sound effects, 5 music, 5 appearance, 5 theme, 4 depth, 3 play control, 4 fun. All right. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to like maybe we'll slip a Sega CD in between these. We're going alphabetical. We got trouble. Let's do this. We're right here anyway. We're going to do Battletoads. Double Dragon. Let's go. Yeah. I think the biggest problem with the Rash, Zitz, Pimple, Billy, Jimmy. Wang, 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 wang. Not quite enough bits. And to a certain extent, right, like to a certain extent, right, the original question is some spam. Ababo. Look at that hunch. Billy. Jimmy. I've died. What the fuck was that? Come on. This game has what I call River City Ransom Underground. Underground? What is underground? Enemy spacing AI. Okay, a hand. Alright, we're doing the British thing now. Snake rattle and hand. Level 1, 2, hey. Oh. You bopped me. The big pulsating fingers are extraordinarily British to me. largely unavoidable head pats to death. Like if you're in the wrong place and that shit comes out, or you're moving the wrong way, you're gonna get hit. Oh, the eyes. You know, I have one thing to say about this game. I can sum up this game. I can sum up this game in one way. What if we made Double Dragon, but worse? Blag Alley. The music in this is quite a bit better than look at those butt cheeks. Hold on a second. He disappears on the pause screen. Look at how wide his ass crack is. There's something wrong with this man. He either has no ass or like a gigantic ass, and like maybe he's wearing like a tacet or something. Because, like, you can see here his waist, like, look, right? His waist is completely covered here, which means that his back is doing this. Like, this, right? And then his legs come back in. So, his back goes down and in, and then like that. Right. I think we've seen enough. I think we've seen enough of this. On a technical level, that's right in the middle. Green Herring thing with 100 arses. But yeah, and then when he takes a step, like, look at what it does. It, like, sound effects, weak. Music is a 7, I think, for music. This game looks better than Battletoads, so it's got to be a 6. Theme, I'll give him an extra point for the crossover. Depth, I think 5. Play control 5. This game is a good bit more fun to play than Battletoads. So I think I'll give this 5 technical, 4 sound effects, 7 music, 6 appearance, 6 theme, 5 depth, 5 play control, 7 fun. It's about a 5.7. Almost a 6. I think that fits for me. Now I think we're gonna have to do the same thing. Right where we left him. We're gonna have to do Battletoads Double Dragon on the Super NES, because if we do the comparisons back to back, it's much easier to It's much easier to do the comparisons back to back than to split them up. So now we can see, is this any different? Does it get the same score on both platforms? Are there any other considerations? That's a good guitar. That's a pretty good guitar. Better portraits. Better looking portraits here. We're going to play as Jimmy again. Bobo, not like intruders. I'm going to beat you up. Okay, if it used the sound sample from the... Whoa! Whoa! This plays way fucking different. This is so much faster. Yeah, good thumps. Wait. With booms. This is a significantly better version of this game. I can only assume that it was like... The graphics are quite a bit more detailed as well. Those guys actually have an animation for that. It's not just their sprite turned sideways. We're gonna have to check his ass, though. Hey, Mendel, how's it going? I don't know how to throw that guy. Much more colorful here. Still British. You gotta eat those so that you weigh enough. Yeah, that sucks, Mendel. I hope you have a good time here. I thought that guy waited his turn. Polite of him. I assume this had an NES version, and that this is a closer port of the NES version. Yeah. The fingers. This is decent. This is pretty decent. It still has some of the... It still has some of the same problem. Come on. It has some of the same problems. It has a couple other problems. But overall, the presentation is much more solid. The eyes. It's much bigger Ababo. Much more difficult Ababo. Oh, he goes to the front? Huh? That's better. Even I could beat Ababo. Big blag. It seems like slightly better animation in this one. Stepasai. Okay, he's still got weird cheeks. He's still got weird cheeks.
勝負の世界では勝つことが正義だ。その正義を守るためにはフェアプレーでなければならない。それが俺の殺しの美学だ。
Is that mode 7? What a noise. But yeah, this game, this version, some UK Parallax wizardry makes better use of the hardware. The sound in this is pretty nice, honestly. Sound effects are pretty nice. I'll give it a 7. 7. The music is much better. I give that a 7. This also looks a good deal better. Actually, no, we'll give the music an 8. Right? I'm comparing here. This has real nice this has real nice instrumentation. They did a really good job with like the nice snare, the bass is nice and full. Nothing sounds like particularly snazzy. Yeah, there's a point higher in appearance than the Mega Drive one. 6 in theme. 6 in depth. The depth, I'm gonna bump the Mega Drive one up a point for the play control. Because this one controls about the same as the Mega Drive one. It's just too fast. But they're otherwise equal in depth. And I think about the same amount of fun. This one executes a lot better on all the same concepts, but I think it sits around the right place. This is about a 6.5, the Genesis version being just under a 6. But pretty good. Pretty good. I would be, you know what, like, if I rented this, I'd be like, this is pretty good. This is alright. I'd play this. I wouldn't, like, go back to games I already own for the weekend. Alright. Now, we're gonna do 2 Super Nintendo games in a row. We did 2 Genesis games in a row. We're going to do 2 Super Nintendo games in a row. We're going to do Batman. Batman Returns. This is the right one, right? Batman Returns. Yeah. But like that's a kind of a double Dragon callback, right? Right on with the single plane stuff. GA the Batmaster. Stereo sound test, game level normal, rest 3. Attack, jump, item, test tube, and guard. And then special is that. Alright. Well, Beavis and Butthead is only single plane, right? Ambush in Gotham Plaza. I gotta try to do the thing that I think exists in this game. Get the punches. Ash said hi, hello. How are you? Can we get a shout out for Ash? We got mega speed punches. Wait, how do you do it? I might need your help, Jiggy. How do I? Oh, there we go. Bam! Smash them together. What do you get when you cross a clown with a clown? 2 dead clowns. Oh, I thought I had stopped the child somehow. Bonk! This game kicks ass. Thin Clown. You know what this reminds me of? Yeah, nice big sprites, nice detailed, extremely colorful. It's got a clown with a bazooka. Bazooka clown. It's got the fucking double grab. With that, like, I'm like wasting a bunch of health to do it because it's such a good move. It is such a good beat 'em up move. It's kind of hard to set up, but when you do, it's so good. Oh, I've got batarangs too. Well, I had batarangs. What does the test tube do? You can guard. Guarding in a beat 'em up. Isn't there a way to... Yeah, you could throw dudes against the background. There's friendly fire on enemies. It's so good. This game does a lot of stuff right. Bam. Just, Can you do that with 2 dudes? No. Oh, you got a bomb? That's awesome. Throw enemies into each other with the background throw. Oh, look at that! 2 dudes in the background? This game is sick. Oh, the batarangs bounce off and hit the floor. Yeah. If it was like big, like gallon jugs of bat milk or something. That'd be a little bit better for the health power-ups, but they're pretty good. I like that they're like, for what they are, oh yeah, we got a different weapon here. Okay, we got a, oh, we're like, this is like, not beat 'em up stage, single plane batarang. I got some bonus. Fuck, he got me. Shreks. He has a lot of health. Yeah, the art in this is super impressive. Tree in the background. Oh! Wow, the Batman? Or is it just B? Bart's Nightmare doesn't have any beat 'em up segments, right? It has a part where you're belt scrolling, but you don't really beat up there, you know? Donk. Doink. There's a lot of, like, he drops his juggling pins when you grab him. And he has to take new ones out each time. Give me the... Need... There isn't a, Oh, game over, Catwoman. Yeah, I figured you threw a couple of things in there because you weren't, like, sure of their stuff with the, I love the speed at which you can... I love the speed at which you can, like, do the combos in this. But they don't, like... It's not like, oh, I'll punch really fast until I start hitting a guy, and then I'll slow down. He does the first couple of hits of his combo. Yeah. Like, Hazemaker, how's it going? Happy birthday. No, 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 not at all. Neither is it Hayes's. That dude jumping on the bench in the background? Hold on. I just noticed something. I need a clown. Give me a clown. Come here, clown. The donk when they hit the pole? Yeah, the soundtrack is really good. Keep messing it up. Come here, come here, come here. Why can't I throw him into it? There we go. Oh, that foreground dude.
I think I'm being followed.
Can't stop
What do you
lying.
want from me?
Good follow. Throw their bomb back at them. Oh, he hit me with that.
What'd you do? Something about Reaper?
17th Hawaiian Wizards Guild. Thank you for the $1.
Happy birthday. We are surprised to see you've adopted a name change, but we'll run with it. May your birthday go extremely well. Hoop had gone, Duke the Look, and the such. And thank you for signing up with our guild chapter and not the others.
Break the fence. Breakable environments is a huge, like, man, that goes a long way to depth and theme. I don't really have thoughts on those games. I haven't really played them much. Although I want to say that the arcade game is probably the one that's the best, right? What am I? Oh. What's the one? Oh, Batman Forever. Yeah. The one that's just like fucking insane when somebody good is playing it. Space Operacopter. Oh, boy. Or the 70 bits. Oswald Cobblepot for mayor. Wonk. Yeah. It's pretty sick. What if I killed these dudes like that? That would be good. Oh, Sword Swallower. I get it. I'm having a lot of... This game is hard, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. Oh, I wanted to throw them down the street into the cars. That like double clown like two guys headbutt thing is so good. Top tier. Bovine! You were gifting 5 subs. You got those. Why, Doomer? India 3BN tomorrow. October Kamish Stokely and Matt Mart.
Mr. Radon steps down from his throne.
Enjoy your gift subs. We're gonna get some neural nonsense.
Mr. Radon,
I've died.
I have heard tales of these castles before, and as a result, I have my theories. But before I explain, I must describe to my people what we have summoned. Nura Khan, forgive my interruption, but your explanations will not excuse your actions. Mr. Radon, you do not understand your mission, Khaled. Nor do you understand the King's Edict. We owe no allegiance to the New World Order. The night are coming. A fine, long sort of dark shadow above the horizon. The first night is named Revelation. The names of the 9 tribes of hell are written on its blade. We must prepare to fight for and redeem their souls in this moment of release. So let us fight the darkness, and we will succeed. Last thing, remember to check the website for updates and possible spoilers in this post. A bunch of Game Boy games.
We'll fight the
1. Aggro
darkness.
Sword 2. Bombs the 3.
Don't forget to
Baby
check the
T-Rex
website.
4. Balloon Buster in 3D 5. Boning Machine 6. Boogler's
Yeah,
Revenge
yeah,
7.
yeah, yeah.
Bubbo Olap 8.
I was
Cauldron
getting it
Cave 9.
confused.
Cave Adventure 10. Clune 11. Clucker 12. Coup de Figaro 13. Costume Hunt 14. Crocodile Surprise 15. Creature Rescue 16. Cut Up 17.
Alright.
Cyberman 18. Cyberman Cave 19. Cybermarines 20. DOS 21. Destructivator 22. Desert Attack 22.
Sir Spamson, thank you for the 100
Caravan
bits.
24. Desert Exploration 25. Desert Golfing 26. Desert Outbuilding 27. Doll Mission 28. Dominator Rescue Mission 29. Dominator Scavenger Hunt 30. Egg and Cattle Rescue from the Deep 31. Electric Balloon Adventure 32. At Nature Adventure 33. Farmbot Builder Expert Training Adventure 34. Fire Squad Rescue Mission 35. Fishman.
List of 100 hybrid heaven wrestling techniques. 1.
Oh, good.
Boston Crab 2. Gravy Gurgler 3. Golden Rice Beefcake 4. Elbow Drop 5. Monkey Flip 6. Full Half Reversal 7. Heavenly Wing Shen 8. Dragon Chair of Pain 9. Heavy Metal Stilt 10. Heavy Metal Body Par Drop 11. Transcendus Squat 12. Low Gravity Back Thrust 13. Rolling Typhoon 14. Lap Rack Slicer 15. Double Push-Up 16. Tie Twist Arm Wrist Control 17. Lunatic Stilt Slam 18. Half Hour Shower Closer 19.
Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub.
Double Mongolian
To Anonymous Gifter.
22.
We got a hype train.
Lariat 24. Ninja and Sumo Flop Trap 25. Gliding Stilt 26. Judo Attack to Cheat Disarm 27. Broken Leg Drop 28. Back Lever Death Drop 29. Bloody Knockout 30. Suck yo. Every weekend, I travel up to San Francisco and spend the weekend
Bloody
cubing
knockout,
with a group of
man.
friends. Here are some tips on how to have the best cubing time possible. 1. Find a cubing buddy. 2. No one likes strangers. 3. Every time a new person enters the room, the first thing you have to do is ask them about their background, what they like to do, and their favorite hobbies. If you don't have one of these skills, call one of the cubing clubs you're a member of and tell them you're interested in playing with others like yourself, and they will be happy to help you out. 4. No matter what, Every cubing experience feels different. It's
Hype
worth
train
noting
music.
that most
Hype train
cubers
music.
tend to have the most fun as a group, since all of us tend to have our own local issues and interests. Be open to having someone new try out your party
Here's your
skills and giving
scores
them
for
some feedback on how
Batman
to improve.
Returns.
5. No matter what happens, make some snacks. Just like any other form of social interaction, there's usually something you can do to relieve pressure, and your brain can use the break to just think up of stupid
It
stuff
looks
to
so
stuff your
good.
face with. 6. Pay
Hype Train
attention
level
to
2
what
achieved.
other people are doing.
Sir Spamison, thank you for giving a sub to Bovine. Bovine, enjoy your gift sub.
I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Cyclops 4, Vassum 5, Razzle Race 2006.
This executes so well on the Batman theme, too.
PGA Grand Prix 9, Legend of Zelda 10, Metal Slug 11, KZT 12, Altered Beast 13, Ice Age 14, Temple Run 15, Wizardry 16,
tiny
Winstar
flies in
17,
here.
Lemmings 18, Spider-Man 19, Outrun
Lots of
20,
different stuff
Doom
you can
21,
do,
Tomb Raider 22,
different items,
MechWarrior
different
23,
stage
Outrun
types.
24, Halo 25,
Plays really good.
WWF Royal Rumble 26, Grand Theft Auto 27, Batman 28, Catwoman 29, Turrican 30, Grand Theft Auto 231, Mortal Kombat 32, Mega Man 233,
We're gonna move on to the
Spy
next
Hunter
one.
34, New World in the East 35,
While this goes,
Streets
we'll
of
talk
Rage
about
36,
Batman
Double
over it
Dragon
while we
37,
play
Ninja Gaiden 38, Tomb
Captain
Raider
America and the
339,
Avengers
Teenage
on the
Mutant Ninja Turtles
Genesis.
240, Cave Story 241, Streets of
Cheer 100. A, 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 A.
Friduli cocktail recipe: 1c tonic water, 1 shrub of black, 1c mixed sugar, 1 teaspoon of cream, 1c lemon juice, zest of 1 lemon, lime zest or slices of a 1 lemongrass lemon, 25 dried pineapple zest,
1
5 to 6
shrub of
figs, 3
black.
cups of sugar, half tsp vanilla, pinch of cinnamon, 1/4 of a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Optional method: combine ingredients in shaker and ice. Shake vigorously, then strain into double rocks glass bottle or carafe. Top with GF cherry or citrus crush. Note: if you like a sharp taste yet consider a drink, add 1% of hot cream without ice, a few swigs of
Hot
vodka at
cream.
the end, just enough to make the balance, the cold a bit too fresh to harden the taste. Shake well. Cocktail recipe: 3c ginger beer, 1c shrub of.
Top 10 tips to succeed on Twitch.tv. 1. Buy an expensive microphone. 2. Sing your song when someone follows. 3. Be entertaining during bad weather. 4. Start social streaming or join community chat. 5. Practice video game VoIP on a cell phone or tablet. 6. Always join or create a team. 7. Avoid people who ask you to practice. 8. Make your channel a microblog during bad weather. 9. Have a couple of each threads on your channel or Wikipedia. 10. Don't wait around for one. Twitch manager. Streaming a YouTube game is a great way for children, for example, young children, to create little awareness into good social skills and acting and communication. Learning reading on TV. This online format of learning is commonly utilized by students, writers, and writers in training who want more of the novel experience. Here are some reasons students used YouTube for this course of instruction. 1. It produces the reader into the mind's eye. Streaming a movie of TV to your PC turns your computer into a writer's tool. This form of learning is great for those who
Don't learn social skills on Twitch and YouTube, folks. That is not great for kids. Noah the Otter, thank you for the follow.
Thank you. Wonder Man, Wasp, Quicksilver, hey, come on, Avengers Assemble! What's this? You can't escape! America still needs your help! Fight! You can't go through! You're trapped! It's alright, leave it to me! Be a hero and save America!
Alright. We're going to change jump to be
The Avengers!
I know the other. I'm actually going to turn off the usual hype train music so I can better assess the game's music.
Avengers Assemble! The Avengers!
We got Pigeon, Sausage, Captain America, and Iron Man. Play as Sausage. Red Skull seeks to conquer the world. Alright, series, thank you for this 6 months. Thank you, Basil, for giving me a 6 months of sub. Multiple months of sub for series.
Mr. Radon's top 10 books. 1. Manly Sea Tales 2. Grognardian Compendium of every type of hobnob. 3. True Grit 4. Once an Eagle, always an Eagle 5. The Yellow King 6. How the Other Half Lies 7. The Dark of the Moon 8. The Raven
I like that
King
dude's
last
run.
night, a lady from Sweden that told me there
Leave
was
it
never
to
been a
me.
Dark King evil in England. Nice idea. Who's your choice for the Dark King of Ransom? I've your answer to this post. But last night I met a lady from Sweden. In case you like the book The House That Jack Built, check out the book I wrote today. The Best I Can Do. I Take It by W. Somerset Maugham, 1929. The Best I Can Do. I Take It by W. Somerset Maugham for Hartford Books & Co. was the last book I received from him. I'm not sure I believe the story based on his collection of tales, except for the middle one.
The music's pretty good. Don't disturb us. Why, should it go well? Crack. This game is very weird. This game is very weird. You have an unlimited ranged attack that you do by pressing jump and attack at the same time. Yeah, possibly. No, you know what? Radon. I think there was like some online game where like every one of these dudes showed up. Okay, this has a major flaw. This has a major flaw. Standing normal attacks could only hit one enemy. That kills it. It kills the like mechanical depth of the game because clumpage is undesirable. Huge problem. This game is also very strange, like it seems like this game exclusively uses PCM for the sound effects. As a consequence, this sounds a great deal like a Master System game.
You can't escape.
Except for the music.
You will be the one escaping.
Slam! Let me just hold this bow and this tire. Slam! Avengers. Excellent music in this game. I want to give the sound effects a 4 because they sound a generation behind. Yeah, there's something real weird about this. Those tires don't seem to do anything. Target Town. Hey, get on! Thank you, Wonder Man. In the sound test, I kept thinking that he says, "Thank you on demand." Slam. It also kind of looks like it says blah. Bonus stage, basically. Exactly. Exactly right on. Shooting down their lasers with my arrows. Wah! Oh, it's got lasers this time. How many games thus far have not been pure beat 'em ups level by level? Golden Axe is, Final Fight is, Battletoads is not, AVP is. Boss time. I'll kill you all. In many ways, this feels like... In many ways, this feels like a, like an upported Master System game. Pigeon. I love Pigeon's little trot. Little confident trot. Look at that. Yeah, the music is amazing. Music's great. Music's like a... Oh, yeah. This is an 8 or a 9 in music, for sure. I love that Quicksilver throws you a blue pizza to heal you. Oh. These guys blow up on you, I guess. Like, this is some fucking... The sound effects in this are like Double Dragon on the Master System level.
You came here to die.
Tree boss. The ranged attacks would be better if they had a dedicated button, but they don't. You have to hit jump and attack at the same time, right? And as a result, well, I mean, we could have a 3-button hack instead, you know? One button is unused. Two attack buttons that do the same thing and a jump button. Anyway, this game, it's okay. It's not the best. It's not the worst. It's kind of middle of the road. Probably a 6, I'm guessing, is going to be the total. By the way, thank you for the hype train, everybody. 170 bits, 8 sub gifts, and $0 of hype chat. Love to see it. Thank you so much for your incredibly kind and generous support. All right. What does this game get? Technical? This game's like a 3 on technical. This game doesn't do fucking anything with the hardware. It just straight up uses the fucking PCM sound for sound effects. It has great music, but man, it's underperforming hardware-wise. It doesn't look great. The sprites are kind of small. The colors are... They could have done a better job with the colors. From a technical perspective, I think this game is... Yeah, it doesn't feel real good. It's a huge step back from the arcade version. The sound effects are 4. They sound like this. They sound like the. They sound like Double Dragon on the Master System. Music's either an 8 or a 9. I think we'll give it a 9. I think the music in this game is probably on par with Golden Axe. It's really good. Like, it's nice and driving. It uses the full range of the synth. I don't think this game looks too good. I'm gonna give it a 5. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just underwhelming. I think they execute the theme pretty well. We give it a 7 for theme. A big part of that being it does really well with the superhero theme, but like I'd really love to see, like Jiggy said, I'd love to see some names. I'd love to see a little bit more identifying features of like who you're fighting outside of just the like cutscene stuff, right? This game's kind of middle of the road for depth. It has the like flying and the shoot 'em up segments, and it has the ranged attack, but there's no clumpage. There aren't really combo strings to speak of. There isn't a lot of strategy other than like learn the one attack that works on a specific boss and like get them into a pattern that gets them. It controls pretty poorly. That said, it's above average with fun. It's not too bad. I'll give it a 6 for fun, 5 for play control, 5 for depth, which gets us a 5.6. Which I think, yeah, I think this game really appeals to this game really appeals to the people who are like, I want to play as Captain America. I want to play as Iron Man. Those two types of people probably had a great time with this game. Nobody wanted to play as Hawkeye or Vision. Come on. Nobody was a Hawkeye fan. But it does a pretty good job of letting you do that. It's got the people in it. It makes good use of the license, and it has pretty good theming, right? Like it's got like a 7 theme. I think that of the superhero games, what's funny is I didn't know who any of the Avengers were when I played this in the arcade. And I was like, oh, cool, a guy with a bow. Hell yeah. And so I played Hawkeye. Hawkeye was my dude. I was the kid who didn't know any better and picked Hawkeye on purpose. But you know what I mean? Like, if it wasn't just that's awesome, right on. Play Vision because you get free credits. But this, like, if they went just a little bit further to differentiate how the heroes played instead of having them be basically identical, if they gave it a little more depth and gave it a little more of the, like, real uniqueness, and that applies to the arcade game as well, but if they gave it a little more oomph in the use of the license, this could very easily go from a 5.6 up to like a 7, right? Pretty handily. It just doesn't do that. It never capitalizes on the potential that it has. All right. Guess who else we got? Guess who's next? That's right. More Battletoads. Yeah, like if it was a more technically competent port, I think it would be higher rated, or if they just did more with it. Is that a Mode 7 flag, or is that just demo scene? Sneaker Nets, for 29 months. Oh, Gate Crash the Gamescape. Two jump buttons. Doggusas. While the sprites are bigger, the art is, I think, a bit nicer. This once again demonstrates the problem that Battletoads has as a beat 'em up, which is that it's boring. And it kind of controls like shit. Oh. Yeah, fading into darkness, weird look, for sure. Power Pigs of the Dark. Do you think Power Pigs of the Dark Ages was trying to... Power Pigs was maybe like trying to cash in on Battletoads? You know what vibe this has? Is this pig invincible? What am I doing wrong? Okay, there he goes. You know what vibe this has? MS-DOS shareware vibes. Cool, I get to fight another dude with way too much health. Wait, was that? Yeah, one enemy at a time. They have a move for hitting multiple people, but it can trigger and it takes so long. It takes so long for that move to come out. Oh. Oh, that was a death? Okay. Ah. Big pig. Man, the score inflation. I remember when you only get 1 point per enemy killed. I hope I'm not doing this wrong. You could be forgiven for thinking that enemy was not actually animated. It's the same as the other thing in regular Battletoads, but worse. Anyway, I think we've seen enough. I assume the next level is a turbo tunnel. Whoa, that sound! Oh, we got this too. Who knows where the hitboxes are here? Who knows what a hitbox is? Certainly not rare. Howldog82, hello. Do we get the rat thing before the turbo tunnel? No fighting in the tunnel. Yeah, so we've seen all we need to see here. There's a lot of stuff in this that says like, how to describe it? There's a bunch of stuff here that informs me that this game was low budget, low priority. Right? The lack of animation for so many of the enemies. Right? There's so many enemies that just don't animate. Right? And most of the stuff that does most of the stuff that is like visually impressive at all is not procedural, but like technical in nature. Right? So like the background scrolling here, the flag. Yeah, this is... Yeah, especially at lumber prices these days. Oh, I died. I died because I didn't know the memorization segment. We got another raid. We got Cactus Bee raiding. How you doing, Cactus Bee? More Pool of Radiance today? Hell yeah. I hope you got that GBC issue sorted out. Oh, nice. I love treasure. This game is not a treasure. We'll give this a 6 for the little, like, scrolling techniques and stuff for the technical. It doesn't slow down, really, which is nice with the big characters. The sound effects are pretty weak. The music is... It's worse than AVP. The music is worse than AVP. Appearance-wise, it's really uneven. It's better than AVP, though. Theme? It's not that much better than Battletoads and Double Dragon. I think it's on par with that. It's less deep than Battletoads and Double Dragon. It also controls kind of like shit. And it's a couple points less fun. Giving this game a 5.2. I like the big sprites in the beat 'em up level. I love that they're just these giant sprites. There's a lot of color in this. AVP does have higher highs, but I think this is slightly more cohesive. Like I consider this and I consider AVP, and then I think about those ledges with the like stretched, fucked up pixels. Right? Maybe it's on par. Yeah, we'll kick it down a little bit. Like, it's a 5.1. But it's also not that much of a beat 'em up, so. Fine, don't worry. We've got something good to come back to the Super Nintendo with after we do Cliffhanger on the Genesis. A little more of this good music. The music is good. How much of a beat 'em up it is? Maybe. Cliffhanger. I'm going to end up with the Windows NT logo of controllers here. Start game and lives. Radio, please help. We're stranded. I need to get that money to save Hal. I just hope I can get to it before they do. Says this guy. Hey, he's kind of Stallone-y. This game looks real good. Very nice color for the Genesis. Clean colors, nice, decent amount of animation for the sprites. I picked up a knife, but I don't know how to use it. Oh! There's more knives. Two Gabes. There's some weird stuff with the, like... There's some weird stuff with the, character proportions.
I think I'm being followed.
Urban Outdoorsman, thank you for the follow. Of course. More like Cliff Faller. This feels very Amiga in its execution. I like the way this looks from a, like, color and animation perspective, but there's something weird about the, like... Well, hold on. Oh, he falls! He falls automatically! Wow. Okay, are we back at the beginning? Very Genesis sound. The voices are decent. The slashes are good, but the hits are a bit weak. Oh, I somehow threw the knife. I don't know how. Okay. The UI is a bit... They did a nice font on the... You know what? This is not an Amiga UI is because it doesn't skeletonize him. It doesn't have a skeletonizing health bar. Yeah, I'm digging the music. I think the music is like a pretty solid 7 for me. The uhs are pretty good. A little crunchy, but, you know, that's... Elmeta, the Genesis had trouble because it didn't have, like, an easy path to dedicated digital audio. So a lot of it either had to be created through FM, frequency modulation, or they had to use a limited number of digital audio channels, a limited amount of digital audio bandwidth. Warm your hands up, buddy. Got an 8-directional shot. And then we can... Nope. And we can fall. Oh, you can speed climb. Okay. Warm your hands up, buddy. What the fuck was that? Continue. Okay. Anyway. So this game, let's see. Hold on a second. I gotta view... Breeze, one row. This game, I don't see this doing anything like particularly technically. This is about on par with. I'll ask for anyone who knows the game better. Is there yeah, Jiggy. Is there anything that's like technically impressive about this later on? Does this get more impressive later on? This isn't as good looking as... This isn't as good looking as Alien Storm. So it gets the same appearance score as... what you call it? Theme? I'll give it a 6 for Theme. It's a movie license. Does this have Giant Lithgow? This game doesn't have a lot of depth. The play control is not great. It was kind of fun. It was a 6 fun until the insta-kill avalanche. But then it had an instant-kill avalanche. So that gets it about a 5.5 rating. Hey, Polyoddity, how's it going? I'm going to take a very quick break. Please enjoy cliffhanger music while I run to the restroom. And then we'll be back on another Super Nintendo game. We're in the C's already. That's pretty good. I see something I'm worried about. I'll be right back. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Every neural nonsense, Worlds of Gummidge is less gross than the actual one. Alright. right. Super Nintendo time. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, Shaboy Jay, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. All right. Okay, here we go. It's Bebe's kids. Blast my webcam.
Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Baby's kids! Hey, yo! Baby's kids!
Okay, bad sign. There's input delay on the menu. Please observe the rules while in Fun World. Oh, it's hard to. No Beavis. No Beavis, no vibes. No Beavis. Yeah, Ninja Clown's energy. We've got a crouch button that doesn't seem to do anything. That's a jump attack. I don't know who that guy is. No Beavis? Yeah, please link it when it's ready. We have a timer and these enemies have infinite health. And like, they don't seem to be interested in doing anything. Okay, that... We have 8 baseballs. That dude just drains your health. This is pretty bad. Oh, I killed a guy. Oh no, there's another fucking... I can pick up a basketball. Oh, we got moves. We can do an uppercut if we hold R. Yeah, the music is real bad. There we go. That's how we use our balls. That kills guys a little faster. Are you gonna use your power moves? There doesn't appear to be... Okay, you can just skip those dudes. Yes. House of Glass. Where'd Pee-wee go? I ain't saying jack. And then this has an anti-bonus stage where you have to... What do you have to do? This is the opposite of a bonus stage, where you don't have bonuses. Oh, right. And if that dude succeeds in catching anything, it sets your number back. For some reason. The hit detection is awful. This game is as bad as everybody says. Honestly. Well, there's a door maze later. Good. Well, that's just a callback to, Renegade, right? Renegade has a door maze. I have no idea. I have no idea if this... Oh, you don't gain health back between levels? Look at the evil grin on those French fries. You have to fight a dog? This game's got it all. All the bad shit. Three flavors.
She waited for no reply and jumped to attack.
Chillin'. That's enough of this game. We don't need to see any more of that. Bebe's Kids technical? Low. It doesn't do anything special for the SNES. In fact, it's kind of disgraceful how it looks and how it handles. The sound effects are less worse. They're passable, but not so good. The music, 2. Appearance, I'll give it a 3. It's kind of cartoony and it has fair use of colors. But the like, as a game to appeal to children, this has the right art style. The animation sucks, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff wrong with it. Thematically, it picks a theme and then I don't know if the cartoon itself is this unlikable, but movie rated PG-13, right? I don't know if the source material was this unlikable, but it executes poorly on it, whatever it is. Depth, it's not the shallowest game. It's got like a special. It's got different moves. It's got pickups and weapons that you can throw. You can save the weapons for stuff. It's got a variety of stage types. They're not good. Play control is a 1. This game has input lag in the menu at the start of the game, and everything else is downhill from there. And it's not fun. It's negative fun. That gets it with a generous appearance, theme, and sound effects numbers. It has an overall score of 2.19. 2.19 is what we get for Bebe's Kids. Out of 10 for overall. Now again, right, like, this art, like, it's colorful, you know? There's far worse art out there. But the animation sucks, right? Like, the play control is shit. The depth mostly comes from there being, like, game over. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough Bebe's Kids. Back to the Genesis. There's a few. There's a few. Back to the Genesis. Hi, Genesis. There we go. Cutthroat Island. Now, if I recall correctly, this game might be kind of a problem. Because I don't think it starts with the beat 'em up stage. And I think the first stage is unforgivingly hard. Unless I'm thinking of a different version of this game and there's multiple versions. Fighting style, sword player, brawling. Morgan or Shaw? Morgan. High ass. Prison. Oh, okay. Here alive, pirate. Okay. We gotta jump, we gotta punch. We've picked up a knife. This is an EA sound driver. Yeah, buckle that swash. Look at that chin. Hold on a second. You'll never get past me. What? Oh, he's got a rifle spear. Shit. I think he was right, yeah. He's just gonna hide off screen and shoot me with his gun. What? Oh, one up. A key and a newspaper. Let's say A and Y. Is this a 6-button game? Okay, this is what I thought was the first stage, but it's not. Look at these sprites. Look at his teeth. I mean, to be fair, I would teeth like that too. She looks like a cyclops. Pretty sure this is like... Oh, that guy killed me. No. Yes. Yes. What does the change in fighting style to swordplay do? And what if we play as Shaw? You're alive, pirate. I guess it prioritizes sword attacks versus punch attacks? This is pretty dire. Not gonna lie, not as bad as Baby's Kids. This actually has like animation. So, if you're curious about how loud it is, keep an eye on the lights over here. If you see a lot of red over here, that means it's really hot. If you don't, there's this thing you can do with this dude where it does generation damage on him. I'm not sure how to get it to like activate though. Ah, that's an Alesis 2320. Sorry, 3630. I always get the number confused. Is there a rock? There's a rock up there. Fuse, how's it going? A shout out for Fuse Deluxe. Ah, it's a compressor. Two trees and a rock. Then we go up. Down again? Yeah. And then up again? Down again, up again. Hell yeah. Down again, up again. No, they're gonna do a double up. No, they did. Ah. Cutthroat Islands. From a technical perspective, 4? Little below average. The sound effects are almost non-existent. The music is below the tier of Might and Magic. The compositions aren't even that good. That's also a 2. The appearance is 50-50. I gotta give it a 4 for appearance. Because some of it looks really cheap and poorly done, but then some of it's like pretty nice. Like, this is a nice screen. The dudes with the treasure at the end, at the game over, is interesting. But in play, it's not so good. I like Pirates. We'll give it a 6 for theme. Tries to be multimodal, but kind of fails at that. I can't tell. I'm giving it a 5 for depth because I can't tell if it's something that I'm just not getting or if it's just kind of random for the combat, but it seems like one of those games that has a lot of unnecessary moves and you know what I'll do? I'll give it a 6 for depth. I'll give it a 4 for play control. And a 4 for fun, which brings it in at 402. Slightly worse than Battletoads. Jacksburg, you for 15 months. Back to the Super Nintendo. One more B. We got Brawl Brothers. Jellicoe. 15 months, Shaxpert. Brawl Brothers. That's almost Comic Sans. We got a versus mode. We got a co-op. Difficulty starts on hard.
Fade and Ayada tested.
It's got friendly angry mode. Angry mode? What does that do? Oh wait, I should check controls. Attack, question mark, special, jump, dash type A. Okay. What does angry mode actually do? Well, we'll turn it on. We'll make a note that we played on angry mode. Hey, I'm Whiskey Zulu. Yeah. We gotta do it. Okay, who we got? Big Dude, Green Ninja, M. Bison. Plays the girl. Another one, and M. Bison. Hell yeah. Oh! I love an isometric map. Also with the Adler in space. HB UFO, how's it going? A little slow there. Spack, crack. Crash. I've got a taunt button. Candy bar. Alright, this is... I think I need to... This needs a little volume boost. Oh shit, she's got multiple... She's got multiple throws. That's good. Weapons. Wendy. Oh, we got a fire sprite. We got the dude on fire. That's worth a point somewhere. I haven't decided where yet. Body fully engulfed in flame sprite. Chicken leg. Killing Flynn outright. She's got a fucking, what is the name of that move? When it's not done by Scott Steiner? You've got a flex button. How fucking good is that? You got a flex button. That move. Heckler. Yeah, but it's a Frankensteiner when it's Scott Steiner, right? What's the generic term that your health insurance covers? Lead head. We got a good run. Easy to trigger. I'm dead. MP83. Thank you for 26 months.
I feel the stream.
Top 10 discontinued fast food items. 1. The Bell Beefer 2. MC8 LT3. Mix 4. The King Size 5. McFish Stick 6. Mofongo 7. Mofongo 8. Mofongo Deluxe and more. 9. The Tuna Steak.
Mofongo Deluxe.
Jamal Burger 3. The Tuna Steak. I can
I
always
missed.
count on John Wayne telling me where to find the perfect tuna steak sandwich. This is basically the second best thing since sliced bread. A plastic sleeve is embedded in the bun, but it is still surprisingly consistent and crunchy in texture. This is a close
Well, hold on a
second to the
second.
MC.
What did you just say? Oh, the bun. A plastic sleeve is embedded in the bun. Ah, okay. MP, did you hear my great joke? Did you hear my wonderful joke? We got the bridge blow up. How do Finnish people make coffee? What do Finnish people use to make coffee? Whoa! Anger mode! Does a huge pile driver instead. Special. Oh, special drains health. Why did I pick a second character? How do Finnish people make coffee? They use a percolator. Oh shit, yes. Oh shit! You can do fucking OTG attacks? Hell yes. Look at that. This game is pretty sick. Pipe. I don't know how to... Anger mode is good. So I don't use weapons. Yeah, body sliding with the current is pretty good. Medical kit. Eat it. Hey, we don't know this is a sewer, right? This could be like runoff from a water treatment plant or something. I'd like to go. How do you want me to go? Oh, okay. Nord. Spack. Spack is a good sound effect. Oh no, I went... Okay, I'm confused. I went back. This says back warps. Score attack ruined. No timer. Back warps. We're in C now. E? So now we're in B. Sewer Sam. Alright, I think we've seen what we need to about this game. Putting a maze this early on is a choice. It plays nice, though. I like the different number of moves you can do. I like the choice for anger mode. Cyberhead is a good enemy name. Give me that. And that brought us to C. All of the exits are labeled 2. Heckler. D. Oh, we got a knife. Let's see what these knives do. Okay, triple hit. Triple hit on the pile drive is good. It's not going to be the first exit on D. That's going to be a back warp. But why did I pick a second character at the beginning? What am I missing? Oh. Was that it?
I'm going to give him 100 bits. I'm
Tier
going to
100.
go.
In the Japanese version, this stage is linear.
Green Herring, thank you for the 100 bits. What is the Japanese version of this game called? Is it just called Brawl Brothers? Rushing Beat. Huh. Oh, that fucking extremely beefy throws. Sounds like he says meat. Up? No? Shoot a little fireball. Cyberhead.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go.
Tier 100.
John Matrix, thank you for the 100 bits.
Top 5 gaming tips. 1. Play as a wizard if you can. 2. Always name your hero character odds, if you can. 3. If you're about to play a platformer, you may opt to take safe game or droid suckers to rub. Game droid in the game corrupt responsibly. 4. Cheat whenever you want to, especially if it's a platformer. 5. Play DOS games for fun. Play console games for work. 6. Don't have disdain for Soul Reaver type games. 7. Laugh at FMV jokes. 8. Stare at FMV groups.
8? Oh shit. He's turned the room. I'm angry. Oh, get fucking crushed, dude. Oh. Oh, he moved the things on the walls, I guess. What? What was that? What just happened? This is good, though. This game is very fun. The maze sets it back a little bit, but it's not too bad. From a technical point of view, it's 5. Maybe. There is kind of slowdown on it. Although it did do that cool room turning thing. That's pretty dope. Thanks, pal. You got her. Oh, we can pick him now. Oh, that's kind of cool. Unlocking characters. Sound effects are a little bit above average. I don't think they're as good as Battletoads and Double Dragon. Murph, what's up? Need a shout out for Murphigator. The music is also above average. I like the look of this game. I'd say this is an 8 for me in terms of look. Theme is pretty good, 7. And I'll give it a 7 for depth because it's got like all the different throws and slams and anger mode and different characters and stuff. It plays pretty well, and it's actually very fun. So this gets up to a 6.95, basically a 7 in overall. 8 fun, 7 play control, 7 depth, 7 theme, 8 appearance, 6 sound effects, music, and technical. Thank you for shouting out. Murph is a beat 'em up. Beat 'em up master. Far better than I. Alright. Next. Genesis. What do we got? Ho 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 ho. Oh boy. Hey Marmot, how's it going? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, we got Cyborg Justice. We got Cyborg Justice. It's forget if I ever got my deathless run of this. I don't think I did. The music in this game is fantastic. The music is great. The sound effects kinda suck. There's this tiny fly and I really want to kill it, but what do you want? Like the frog body? Now we'll take this dude. And big legs.
I think I'm being followed. What could they...
Hudson RLZ, thank you for the follow. Hurry up mechanic, missiles come out of nowhere. So this game... This game's probably a 9 in music. Yeah, the strut is good. I believe this was before Armored Warriors. I believe. Don't quote me on that. Oops. This game has a few control problems. Like using fighting game type controls with 2 enemies at once. It also only ever has 2 enemies at once. What are you doing that move? Our AI is not supposed to allow that. Oh, yeah. Those 2 enemies are tons of sprites all at once. I don't think I'm going to play this game long enough to show you the 100% hard lock that it has in it. This game is unbelievably fucked up under the surface. Unfortunately, this game only needs 2 moves. If you don't know how to do that jump, that's the end of the game right there for novice players. It doesn't even tell you how to do that in the manual, honestly. Get in my little Cyclops car. Let's go. Level 1, 2. It's the same level, but colored green. Doesn't want to cooperate. Good. Not good. Come on. Forward. No worries. So the combat in this game, you'll notice I'm not using a lot of the moves, despite the fact that there's like jabs, overhead moves, uppercuts, oops. The shoulder tackle, the kick. Different moves based on the range you are. from the enemy. But I'm not using any of them. This is a game where, like, they put a bunch of depth in and then fucking ruined it with extremely simplistic AI. Because the, like... the actual, like... implementation of anything in this game beyond the, like, tech demo, hey, you can make a mech and, like, the different parts do different stuff. There was nothing. I believe the difficulty setting only impacts two things. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly that. There's millions of options, and there's one move that's just always the best. If you ever want to play this game, damn it. There's also a, like, input problem where, like, when you do a kick and then you move up, you can't move right until you release up. You'll, like, get stuck in states weird. The, like, state machine flow is all messed up. But, oh, yeah, like this, right? I can't move left until I release left and press it again because I got into that state. There's two strategies in this game. There's exactly two strategies in this game. Here we are on level 1 and 3. It's the same level, but purple. I'll show off one thing that's kind of cool. You can replace your arm with their arm, or your off arm as well. You can take their weapon arm easily. Anyway. If you walk right up on a dude, the only part you can't replace mid-game is your torso. 70 bits. Oh,
Cheer
boy.
70 Grupo Sanguíneo B, Grupo Sanguíneo B Atemut, Grupo Sanguíneo B Friday.
Ash, thank you for the 70 big beat-em-up Fridays. Right, so if you want this arm, you can take it. The trick is, if you eat somebody's torso, you get more health, up to 6 lives, six health bars full. Up to 6 health bars full of life. And on that. So the way you heal is by eating torsos. Which is also the fastest way to kill enemies. There's a difference between this and the Spinball music, honestly. which is that this music is like actually making pretty good use of the like blah and the saw and the in the music in the instruments, whereas Sonic Spinball is just painful to listen to. This is just like a like, you know, nice dirty instrument sound, which I think is good, right? I think that's a pretty good it's a pretty good sound. Oops. Come here, torso. There's two ways to eat people's torsos that are easily accessible. One is you get them stuck on these traps. I'm not affected by the traps because I have the big legs. And that's number one why you pick the big legs, is so that you're not affected by ground traps. Now we get to a boss fight. Now the boss fight goes like this. He shoots out a wave, he comes out, tries to shoot at you. You pull off his arm, he can still shoot at you. Pull off his head, done. That only works for the first boss. I'm gonna get to that crash. We're gonna do it. Who cares if I have to stream for 15 hours to finish this whole thing? This music is good. They knew what they were doing with this shit, right? Yeah, anyway, you can't use your laser arm. You'll never be able to use it after level 1. Because enemies will just hit you out of it. Got him. I need that arm, actually. Fuck, I didn't make it in time. Damn it, did you? No, he's just got rid of arms. It's a good strut. It's almost in time to the music. It at least, like, the vibe matches up well. There we go. I need your arm, please. We're gonna need a saw arm. There we go. By the way, did I mention in later levels the enemies just get scaled up health for no reason? They always die in one hit. They always die in one hit to the grab. I believe they're meant to be, like, really big. Like 20 feet tall or more. Meant to be. Doing that. There we go. So, because the AI in this game is kind of simple, you can always lure them into doing the front flip if they have somersault legs, or the shoulder charge if you walk into them. If you just walk right up on them, they'll do one of those two moves, and both of those moves open them up to the pull, if you can pull it off. You know what music? You know what this music reminds me of? One of the tracks on what's it called? One of the tracks on Hotline Miami's soundtrack of all things. Yeah, you can stick them in the trap. That works. You can stick them in the trap, or you can manipulate them into doing the move that lets you pull their shit off. This guy we can't manipulate into the trap. I want that lobster claw though. So the way we get the lobster claw, we manipulate him into that. Hit his arm. You can use either the flail or the saw for this. This game has Amiga move selection controls. Yeah, we got a lobster claw now. Where you, like, hold a button down and then push in a direction to do something. So, like, button plus up is upper. A and up is uppercut. A and down is the overhead. And then this is A and back. A and back is the pull the guy's shit off. If you're lucky, you can get the missile to hit dudes. Like off screen and shit. Yeah, like that's the thing is that because the life bars get so inflated for the enemies, it is a dominant strategy to pull their shit off. Because otherwise it takes a really long time to kill them and puts you at a lot more risk. Plus, pulling their torso off heals you. Okay, now we're going to try to do something. This is real risky. It's either going to result in me dying or the game hard locking. We want the game to hard lock. Just to be clear. But yeah, this game, for all of the stuff that this game has going on, it doesn't actually have as much depth as it appears. Right? Like, a lot of the depth is cosmetic because not only is the one strategy dominant, other strategies become not viable, right? You have to know how to do this particular cycle to make it to the end of the game. It's really the only viable way. Otherwise, the game takes a really long time, and it's far more difficult. Yeah, that's what we want. Dude getting hit by a missile. Like, you can do this move to, like, knock dudes down and do a decent amount of damage. But again, right? Like, that move or the pull. Those are the viable ones. You can also, like, if you have the big legs, you can lure dudes onto traps. But look how little damage that does. And, like, punching the dude does only a little bit of damage. The uppercut and the, like, kick do tiny amounts. Urban Outdoorsman, welcome. Yeah, like, this is, don't get me wrong, this is incredible for a tech demo. But also, it's still just a tech demo. Over here. The sound effects in this game, I think, are, for the most part, are pretty weak. There's a couple of exceptions. The slap sound from the... doesn't always do it, though. The slap sound from, like, doing that move. Okay, so here's the boss. He shoots out his shit. I didn't dodge it. So now... you gotta... Can I get his other arm off? No, okay. Back off. Back off. Shit. Okay, we got both his arms off. Now, what if the AI was hard-coded to do pull attacks on you? But you're disallowed from doing pull attacks when you have no limbs. Guaranteed 100% repeatable hard crash. Well, hard lock. Because the AI is hard-coded to do one specific move anytime you're in grab range. Because it was too easy to pull the arm off and pull the torso off and eat the boss. So in order to prevent you from eating the bosses like that, they made it so that the bosses automatically pull your shit off the frame that you're in range. You can never, ever perform a pull attack on bosses because they have a 100% hard counter to it. As a result, if you put the boss in a situation where they can't do that, they jump on you with their feet, and then they make a humping motion, and then the game locks up. You can't even pause the game here. It's bones. Anyway, this game is tough because on a technical level, it's doing some really impressive stuff. It's got some technical ideas, but then when it actually comes to implementing them, when it comes to actually making a game, it's probably like a 6 on a technical level. Because it does some cool stuff. The paper doll system for the mechs is cool. Swapping equipment and stuff is cool. It's nothing is doing like really hardcore technical tricks on this. But it still like manages to kind of fumble the technical execution of its highly technical ideas. I think the sound effects are 5. They're just middle of the road. Most of them are weak. A couple of them are good. The pulling the arm off is good. The slap sound when you do the jumping punch move, and a couple of the clang, clatter noises of the metal are pretty good. We're gonna reset this to get better music. But overall, I think the sound effects are pretty weak. We're gonna give it a 5 for sound effects because they're like typical par or below. These are good. But then we have a bunch of stuff that's just like Very, very Genesis stuff. Very uninteresting. Not a lot of musical tracks in this. But the ones that it does have are, and considering when this came out, like, this is some pretty sick shit. This is some pretty sick shit. I give this an 8 for music. Appearance. I'm taking into consideration that this was sold as a full price game. It doesn't have, it has two movable assets outside of the robots you can construct. Your Cyclops hover car and the end boss, which is a static emplacement type thing. So on appearance, this gets a 5 because we've seen all of the stage graphics except for the final boss room. That's it. It repeats those same stages 3 more times, I think. No, there's 5. I think there's 5 stages in total plus the end boss. So it repeats the outdoor stage twice and the indoor stage 3 times. Theme. Thematically, I think this is cool. I think giant robot combat is pretty good. It falls short on not delivering on that theme. A lot of promise, not a lot of delivery. Give it a 6. Depth. This game actually has much less depth than it appears, right? Because you get to construct your robot. Look at these fucking cool, like, you know, you do all this cool shit, right? Like, oh, you can get tank legs and a lobster body and a fucking
what a man wielding a mighty
dildo
axe
launcher,
attacks.
right? And you can zoom around with your tank legs and you can do like all this shit. Except when it comes to the game itself, the beat 'em up part of the game, you actually can't. You can't do any of this stuff because it takes too long to activate your arm. It takes too long to activate your legs. They do too little damage. They're not viable in regular play. The flamethrower is perhaps the worst off of the bunch, that it looks fucking cool, but it does almost no damage. And it can't remove limbs. So this game, the depth, this game only gets like a 3, maybe, for depth. Because once you've seen all the parts here, like, that's it. This is everything the game has to offer. This one screen has all of the depth that you're going to see. Right? And the torso doesn't do anything, by the way. It's purely cosmetic. There's this, though. It's completely useless. That might be a good emote. Just the fist. Just name the emote fisting. I'm sure they'll be fine with it. Play control, this is a 4. Like I said, this game has like the weird like Amiga style moves where you hold A and hit up or down or back or forward to do different moves. And like holding C is to block, but then forward and C is to jump, and back and C is also jump. And like C and down is crouch. So it's a really overly complicated control scheme, and you get the wrong move a lot of the time. Now, for this game, I find this game more fun than most will, I think. I think this game is a 6 in fun. However, there is a lot of potential for this game in 2-player and in versus mode, because then there's just, it's a lot more breezy. You don't have to focus too much on doing the like bait pull cycle to get through the enemies. You can play a little bit more freely and still do well because you have twice the damage output, and you can split up the enemy's attention. Anyway, so 5.36, not the worst, not the best. It's a little bit above average, and that's really where I'd put it as a game as a whole. Conceptually, if you want to build a big robot and you want to play Cyborg Justice because you think it's going to let you pick a bunch of parts and make a different dude, like, you're going to have a really good time messing with this game until you run out of content, and then there's not much left. But for that period of time, you're going to have a great time. And then you can move on to Armored Warriors, which is this game but better in every way. But it's arcade, it's a like CPS2 or something, late CPS2 game. So Armored Warriors is like how big is that game? That's like a 20-something meg game, and this is a half a meg or something like that. Anyway, I should have done this. I should have done this before, but I forgot to. We're going to go back to Captain America and the Avengers. Super Nintendo.
The Avengers.
Coffee. I'm going to need more coffee. Eventually. Punch? Oh. How do I want to do this? I guess just default. Red Skull seeks to conquer the world with a team of supervillains.
America still needs your help.
Much clearer voices on this. The Avengers, help!
Okay, go!
I'll handle this. Boppo Screw, thank you for the follow. Okay. I don't think the Genesis version Lemberg. Ooh. This game has a major flaw. This is a huge play control problem. So once you start moving, Once you start moving, if you push a diagonal, you will continue moving diagonal even if you release one of the component directions. Don't interfere, Avenger. Villains like you must be crushed. So, like, you'll always be moving diagonally. Once you start moving diagonally, you'll always be moving diagonally. Also, giving enemies iframes was not the right fucking choice for this. Eat shit, Loki and Nude Laser. This game looks significantly better. This game looks significantly better than the Genesis one, but man, it plays worse. The diagonal issue is a real problem with positioning and stuff. It makes it very hard to you can't escape. You will wish you never came. Look at the length of those iframes. Look at the length of the iframes that the bosses have, and like this shit.
My God, that's fantastic.
DeForte, thank you for the raid. Can we get a shout out for DeForte? No barrels and thank you for shouting at DeForte. What are you playing? Proving Ground in the Mad Overlord, hell yeah. Mondo Mole number 3. Look at that animation too. DeForte. The Avengers. Floysig Metal Schleim. Have a good night. Thanks for coming in on the raid.
America still needs your help.
Target Town. These are all real Avengers villains.
Okay, go!
All real Avengers villains. Oh no, what happened to the ground? Is this a bad dump? Anyone with a real cart can confirm. Yeah, like look at how long the fucking iframes are. This looks a little corrupted. No thank you, Wonder Man. Oh, those are power-ups. Blam, blam, smash. Crack. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. We're not gonna find out though, because oh yeah, get that big W. This segment is like significantly easier than the Genesis version, where everything else is harder because of the iframes. Oh, game over. Okay. So what did we give Captain America on the Genesis? Technical 3. I think this gets a... yeah. No, 4. This is more colorful, better palette usage. Sound effects are better than the Genesis version. They're fine. I might actually put this as a 4 here and knock the Genesis version down 1. Because they were just PCM. They were just like PCM effects. Genesis. The music here is worse. Music here is significantly worse. I'd give it maybe like a 5 or 6. Give it a 6. Appearance is better. Sort of. We'll give it a 6. Theme is identical, I think. The depth of this one is actually lower. The depth and play control are lower, and as a result, the fun substantially lower. Giving this a 4.875 to the Genesis's 5.49. So, slightly worse overall, and much of that largely due to play control issues. But we got more. Turn that off for a minute. Let that cool down. We got more superhero stuff to do. Does this have both? Yeah. The Death and Return of Superman. Sunsoft, Blizzard. Options. Do we have an anger mode? No, we have a sound test. Shoot, attack, jump, special. A little bit of weird delay in the menus, but that's fine. Not as bad as Bebe's Kids. Metropolis present day. Siege of the Underworlders. Rambo. We got a dive kick. Pick up a thing. Igor. Pretty decent animation. Pretty good. Pretty good art. It's a little weirdly, like, dark. All the stuff in this is a little weirdly dark. I would really love to kill this freaking gnat or whatever it is. Okay, using your I-beams... No. Okay, using your I-beams doesn't cost health. I was just taking hits while doing it.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Islander BH85, thank you for the follow. I need to kill this thing. It is necessary. It keeps flying right up in my face. Superman, incredibly fragile. Where is this fucking thing? You have multiple throws. That's pretty good. I-beams do just really embarrassingly low damage. I don't know what I picked up. Tick? Oh shit, it's the tick! Fuck! You're early! Superman has a very short arm. Yeah, the scaling on those diagonal lines not looking too hot. Looking like Saturn Soten. We jump with enemies? No. Hey, we can fly. A little bit. Now, someone might have to clarify for me because I probably won't get to the point where I can find out. But each stage or couple of stages, you switch Superman, right? Like you start out as regular Superman, then you play as like Punk Superman, and then Shaq Steel, and then like Cyber Superman or something. Do the different Superman play differently much, or are they pretty much the same? Bit different. Oh, can we grab an enemy? No. We drop them if we try to do. What does special do? Oh, you can punch the ground and kill all the enemies. Kind of like the Taito. Is it Taito? Arcade Superman game. Flying stages. Not that civilized. This game already has a problem. Cluster. It's boring. How do you break the walls, though? You have to use a special move to break the walls? How do you do that throw? I tried all 4 directions of throw. Willex update. Now, when I was doing, Doomsday in Metropolis. Okay, there we go. Huh. Did this come out after that Batman game? Yeah. Alright. Oh, I thought we were going to do a flying stage. No. Chainsaw Molotov. Are those extra lives or are those specials? Those are specials. Okay, we can use that to speed the game up a little bit. The music is kind of... nothing wrong with it, but it's just kind of there. It's not doing much for me. Alright, it's Doomsday. Doesn't look like... Ha 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 ha. That doesn't do very much damage. Oh, he got away. I'd say these sound effects are better than average. Oh, I see. I was doing something wrong, so I was like doing the flying slam. Okay, cool. You can throw. Oh, they climb back up. You just got thrown off a building by Superman. How the fuck are you gonna climb back up? Also, does it not hurt them? It doesn't hurt them. Getting thrown off a building by... Getting thrown off a building by Superman doesn't harm them. This game has a major problem. Which I can describe in kind of one way, which is that I'm not excited to be beating the shit out of dudes as Superman. I'm actually wondering, like, hey, if I continue, will I get more specials so I can skip more encounters? Throwing into the back wall is cool. But again, right, like, I would give it more theme points for that if this game... I think Jiggy said that this was after Batman by a couple of years. There we go. Part 1, The Death of Superman. Right, so, like, Batman did it first and better, in my opinion. Right. Right, exactly, Dana. That's a big thing here, is that, like, this game does a bunch of stuff that's technically impressive. Big dudes. Very good use of color. The sound effects are quite good for the Genesis. I think that is 7 in sound effects. The music is fine, but not notable really in any way. It's a little thin. Probably because they're using some of those channels for sound effects. This game looks great. I can't fault how this game looks. It looks fantastic. The graphics are really nice. The animation is pretty good. It does some cool stuff. It does some interesting stuff with how the animation works, where, like, when he does the throw a guy, it just moves the sprite around, but in a way that works really well. Thematically, Superman's a hard theme to pull off. I think it's cool that they cover all the different types of Supermans. I'd give it a 7. I'll give it a 7 for theme. Because there's a lot of this game we won't see tonight. I don't have enough time to go through all the stuff that this game does and what keeps it kind of fresh. It is held back. I don't think it could be more than a 7 because there's just not enough of it. There's just not enough variety in it, right? Like we're fighting the same two guys for like 20 minutes on those levels, right? To that end, I think the depth is... There's not a lot of depth there. You walk up to a guy, you punch him, you can use a thing, or you can shoot your eye lasers. There aren't really that many power-ups to get or anything like that. Just more bombs. And it's very derivative. It seems very derivative to me of that Batman game. Play control. It controls fine. I think it's not quite as tight as Alien Storm, but it's close. We give it a 7. And fun. I don't really want to keep playing it. I'll give it a 6. It's decently fun to like throw a dude around and toss dudes into stuff and stuff. It's a 6. It's a 6. It's reasonably fun, but like I'm not like There's games saying for the 100 bits. It's decently fun, but I don't want to keep playing it right now. Yeah, you can't slam two dudes' heads together. Alright. Now we'll play the Super Nintendo version of it. Try to do these back to back as we get them. Even the 100 bits Taters games. We'll see if this one's a little different, better, worse, or whatever. Unsoft, Blizzard, Superman. The interface and stuff is pretty bare bones to me. Metropolis, present day, a peaceful summer evening. Oh, the power plant. This looks like a job for... I'd put this 2 notches below Batman. That Batman game is real good. That Super Nintendo Batman game is real good. I'll say the all right. Now I know to throw these guys into stuff. Imagine being strong enough to escape Superman's grasp simply by struggling. The enemies have too much health for a Superman game. Hey, you can't just walk around those. Oh, you can walk around them on the top in this version. Igor, come here. Yeah, this looks better, right? Funny enough, this has a very Blizzard DOS VGA look to it. The like faces and the like Superman face and stuff remind me a lot of Blackthorn. Come to think of it, this game has a lot of similarities to Blackthorn. To me. You know, I reckon one of the reasons why this might have a particular look is because of it might be because of the graphics software used. It's possible, being that Blizzard early on was doing MS-DOS stuff more so than like Amiga first studio, and they were getting into it at a particular time. It seems possible that they were using Autodesk products instead of Deluxe Paint for this kind of stuff, which would have resulted in I think a different style because of available tools and options at the time. Hard to say though. It's the tick. But again, same problems, right? This game looks better, but it has the same problems where, like, why the fuck is Superman just standing here waiting for the rocks to fall? Like, why is Superman so, like, why is it so boring? Right? That's the problem. This game's primary difficulty is that it's boring. Looks good. Play is all right. But just from a like, it's not that it isn't fun to beat up a dude or whatever. It's just like, I find myself being like, oh, hey, I can skip these. I can skip this encounter. I better do that. That sounds good. Oh, there's more dudes. The dudes come out slowly in both versions. So, like, you're always fighting 2 or 3 waves of dudes per screen, right? You're... Right, like... You're always in this situation where you're kind of like, well... Okay, I skipped 3 encounters here. Now I can move forward, and it's like... That should have been 1, right? It feels padded. It feels... Again, the chipping, good. Level complete. So yeah, a slight upgrade in the technical and the graphics. But overall very unsatisfying. Superman's arm is very short, it seems. And, like, skinny, too. Anyway. So, what do we got? We'll just copy the... We'll copy the numbers over from the Genesis. Give it a little... you know, actually... Let's do this. We're going to lower the Genesis appearance by 1. Those lines are bugging me. We'll give it an 8 for appearance. Theme, yeah. The music is... It's fine. It's the same. Sound effects are roughly equivalent, accounting for platform differences. This is a fine game. 6.6 on the Super NES. And 6.5 on the Genesis. It's just a little... It's a 6, you know? It's a mid 6. It's just a little disappointing, you know? The punks look a lot. This looks quite a bit better here, but, you know? I find myself wanting to skip the combats using my bombs. Also, Chainsaw Punk gets laser eye-beamed by Superman. Shrugs it off.
I'm gonna give him 100 bits. I'm gonna go.
I can be anything with all 100 bits. Suzzing my bombs. Sussing me bums. How you doing, Ashens? You're doing well. This is definitely the superior version of this compared to the Genesis. Yo, hold on. Look at that fucking... Look at that arm. Anyway. For the 100 bits, Akabidi. Let's do... Oh, we didn't do Cutthroat Island on the Super Nintendo either. Shit. We got some catch-up to do, chat. We gotta do Cutthroat Island. Oh, shit. Thank you for keeping me honest. It does kind of look like that. Here, alive, pirate. Okay, this looks significantly better. We got a dedicated block button. That's good. 70. Right, I'm thinking of the 70 bits. That animation, that was pretty good. Earn a special move, bidirectional stab, X and A. Okay.
Steering wheel.
Yeah, overall this looks better
Glory and victory!
than the Genesis port.
21 was too late. 21 screamed as hearing his approach for some time.
Rock,
We're ready
and then
for
we go
battle.
up. And I think we just
The projections
alternate?
attacked.
Yeah. I think this is Uncharted. Yep. Territory. Better hurry, the guards will be here soon. And then you start the whole thing over again. No, I got the real thing. I got that whole shelf of consoles in the back, a little blueser. Anyway, this game's a little hard to evaluate because after the first stage, it's this. And this level is impossible. Right. Down? Up. Down. No. Anyway. This part, surprisingly, doesn't look as good as the Genesis. Anyway. We grab the Genesis. Values. Very much the same game. Play control.
I think I'm being followed.
Playgirl X, thank you for the follow. I'll give it another point of play control because it does have a separate special button. No, you know what? Play control staying at 4. Because fuck that segment. The music is 2 points better on this. 3 points better. We'll give it a 5 for music. Generic, but not too bad. The sound effects are still almost non-existent. Technical 4, it doesn't really do anything special. Appearance is up probably 2 points to a 6, bringing the total for the game to 4.65. Cliffhanger on Super Nintendo. Man, I used to look for the Sony ImageSoft logo for games to avoid when I was a kid renting stuff. Wait, hold on. I don't remember being able to... Oh, God. This controls significantly worse than the Genesis one. I swear you're like twice as fast moving in the Genesis. Okay, whose cat is being attracted to their computer by Cliffhanger? Boom. Boom. A silly sound. The music sounds pretty muffled here. Oh, we got a red dude. So that's more variety, I think? You have less air control than the Genesis version. Are there no throws? This is pretty dire, play control-wise. We got slow down. Warm your hands, buddy. Warm your hands. Up we go. Oh no, the music. Bleh. Bleh. We go. Excuse me? You can't kick enemies. It seems. Alright, warm your hands and then get immediately obliterated by an avalanche. Yep. Alright. So this game plays like 2 points worse than the Genesis version. It's those Crash levels they love putting in Crash Bandicoot. So the play control is at 3. The fun is at 3. There isn't that much depth to that game. I guess because it's got the climbing segment and the bullshit running segment. Sound effects are worse in this. I think music is worse in this. And for the SNES, it's less technically impressive. Brings it down to a 4.5 compared to the Genesis with a 5.5. Full point loss on Cliffhanger. One more. Is the CD version significantly different to the Genesis version? Do you know? Or is it just the Genesis version with CD audio? That is cutscenes. So, I'm going to put the Sega CD stuff we're going to do last. Because it's harder to set up and it's less important, in my opinion. Okay. Captain Commando, we got normal, attack, jump, special. Baby Commando, Ninja Commando, Captain Commando, Mummy Commando. Colors are a little washed out compared to arcade. We get the map, City Museum, Ninja House.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
The Pat Dude. Thank you for the follow. Capcom. Look, they're advertising 3D TVs. In whatever year this is, 90 something. It's a little washed out compared to the arcade version, but pretty good. This is definitely not up to snuff for the arcade version, but compared to the beat-em-ups we've played so far, this is okay. Not too bad. The one thing I'd say, the music in this is pretty weak. It controls all right. It's not quite as smooth. The slow animation definitely hurts it. Yeah, Jiggy. Jiggy can spot that a mile away. For sure. It's refreshing at 60. It's just that animation speeds are cut down from the arcade version. Well, so here's the weird thing, right? The music kind of sucks. The sound effects are okay. Sound effects are decent. They're not the worst sound effects we've heard tonight. They're not the best. Color's a little bit downgraded from the arcade version. It's quite a bit easier. But, you know? Oh, look at that flashing eyes. That caveman back there. Samson's. Yo, hold on. Let me get that meat. Let me pick up the meat. Damn it. Marvin. Does Marvin shoot fire, or am I making that up? Shoot fire. Yeah. Marvin shooting fire is, I think, yeah, like this is a solid 6 overall, I'd say. Marvin shooting fire is an important thing to note, though. We gotta look at some release dates later. Strom Jr. Hell yeah, baby. Getting all that fucking hit points back. Come to think of it, fucking Strom Jr. visual design. Shit ROM. Shit ROM is the type of storage that Bebe's Kids uses. That's a CRT. The game actually looks, the colors look quite a bit better on the CRT, honestly. But yeah, the music's like a 5 or a 4. Yeah, the colors are much better on the CRT than here, which, because of the like dynamic ranges and shit, it's, I don't know, I've had a hard time getting it working. This game doesn't have a lot of depth, unfortunately, but that's a consequence of the arcade game from which it comes. Like, this is a serviceable port. It's not as good as the arcade game. It's not as good a port as Final Fight is, honestly. Oop. The speed really hurts it, I think, the animation speed and stuff. It's just not as snappy as the arcade version. It's not as snappy as Final Fight. But it's fine. Yeah, it does have 2-player mode. I haven't been documenting the 2-playerness as thoroughly as I should be. But I think that's more well-known than... It's interesting in terms of a, Wait, I picked up a star and it wasn't a weapon? Yo, that's weird! Okay, that's weird. That's really weird. Oh, they took us to this thing. Zero out of 10. Technically, this is subpar, technically. It's not running fast. It's not efficient. It's not a great port. The sound effects are probably a 6. The music, I put it like a 5. Appearance, maybe this is a 6 for appearance. It's a little bit above average in terms of what we've seen so far. Largely owing to coming from arcade graphics that had a lot more... effort put into them. Theme is okay. Depth, this is not a very deep game. This is maybe a 3 in depth. Play control is fine, but it suffers from the frame rate. But this game's above average fun. Maybe a 7 in fun. It gives us a 5.3 total rating. It's an okay game. It's not the best port. It's not the best of the Capcom games on the system. But it's fine. It's passable. It's above 5. Which I think where it belongs. Alright, back to the Genesis. Get out of here. It's time for DJ Boy. Hold on a second. In this game in particular, it's going to bug me. Oh no. know. There's like no... Whatever, that's fine. $20. Are you cover? Oh, kill the hard little man. With a long leg. Dynamite. The train dynamite lady. Burger. The animations in this are kind of low frame rate, but they convey a lot of motion. Shit. Ow. Game over. Well, that was on easy. Well, DJ boy. It's not particularly impressive technically wise. But this is at 60. But like the animation itself is at like 15, maybe 10. The sound effects are pretty... They're kind of weak, honestly. A lot of noise channel, a lot of... And then the explosions don't have, like, much to it. The music is a little above average. It's nice and bouncy, but it's, like, not that well instrumented. Maybe it's a 5. This game... The low frame rate of the animation kind of kills it. It does convey a lot of motion, but, like, it still feels very 1, 2 for the punch, and, like, this time between those two, like, not great. I think the theme is pretty interesting. The auto-scrolling thing and then not being auto-scrolling. I'll give it a 7 for the theme. No, I'll give it a 6 for the theme, probably. It's unique, but, like, it doesn't do a lot with it. Depth. This game does not have a lot of depth. Play control is about average, but it's pretty fun. It's kind of impossible, but it's fun. Sitting at about a 4.8 right now for overall. Don't forget, you can, if you want to check the overall ratings and everything, you can do so in that sheet. We got Combat Ribes on the sneeze. Whoa. Combat Ribes the. Yeah, it is kind of a play on Crime City, I guess. Speaking of Crime City, the center of all evil in the United States. We got versus mode. We got hit on and off. Turn the stereo on. Yes, please. So I'm putting the scores in that spreadsheet. Berserker. We gotta play as Berserker. Belova and Blitz. Gotta play as Berserker. They're going in that Google sheet. I might have to take a second stab at this. We're 7 hours in and we're still in like C. The motorcycle nuclear warheads. Satisfying clumpage right out of the gate. Whoa, extremely weird sprite priority problems though. Nice sound effects. We got ground attacks, that's pretty good. Oh, we got different ground attacks. Yeah, giant scooter that's... Compare scooter to taxi cab. That's either a tiny taxi cab or a gigantic scooter. Oh, we got the Batman head grab. Hell yes. That's a fucking power move. Slam. You know what Berserker looks like? Berserker looks like fucking Ghost Battle. Wimps. Oh, shit. We got that big board dude. Love a big board dude in any... Boards or logs are always a... are always a plus for a boss weapon. Oh, no grabs for him. Oh, stomp. You stomp the boss on the ground. That's good. Big board skullet dude. Hey, fathead. Oh, we got cutscenes. Oh shit, the demon clowns. All right, theme goes up a point. OTG, a demon clown. Wait, are the clowns acrobats and like... Oh, look at whatever that thing is in the background. Holy shit! Okay, this game kicks ass. Okay, giant swing a clown to hurt his clown friends. Also, you can't throw the clowns because they're acrobats. Oh shit, Karnov. We got Fire Breather. I need that clown. I don't know how to deal with this Fire Breather. Okay, I got rid of the clown, which I didn't actually want to do. Because I wanted to do that exactly. Continue. How do I continue? Is my start button fucked up? How do I continue? How do I continue? I don't know how to continue. No, it's not my start button. My start button's working. But yeah, the variety of moves in there, the depth and the theme of this game are real good. It's not particularly technically impressive. Although it does have a large number of simultaneous enemies at once, which is good. I don't know if there's a way to jump. But yeah, this is pretty good. This game has an art style and it sticks with it. It's pretty solid with that. Not like graphically impressive, but pretty good. You might think so, but like, doesn't seem to. Okay, we can pause it with start. Yeah, like this game executes its art style well. So like, even though it's not like, you know, this game isn't as impressive looking as Batman in terms of the selected art style, it's still pretty good. Well, let's see. Technical, probably a 5. It doesn't do anything 6 for having like 5 dudes on screen at once. The sound effects are real good. I give those an 8. The music's 6. It's a bit better than some of the other 5s that we've seen. But it's not anything really special. It's very, like, baseline Super Nintendo. Appearance, I give this a 7 in appearance, I think. Maybe an 8. Maybe an 8. It executes its style really well. Theme is definitely an 8, and depth is an 8. Play control is only about a 7. But it is very fun. This is a good beat-em-up. This is a good game. This is a game that I always get this confused with, what's the game where you're a little dude and you can get like a knife that you swing around and you have gauntlet health? I always get this confused with that. Is that Tough Enough? Wait, I thought Tough Enough was Dead Dance, which is a fighting game. But maybe, hold on. Tough Enough is a different game. What is that game called? You play a guy in like blue jeans and a white shirt. I don't know if I'll get to all of them. I'm going to do as many as time allows. All right. We're going to do 3 games in a row. Yeah, Crime Busters. That's the one. That's the one. Maybe Crime Fighters? Crime Fighters is how I know it. Yeah, Crime Fighters. I always get Combat Tribes confused with Crime Fighters. All right. Over to the Genesis. We're going to do 2 games on the Genesis, and then we're going to do a game on Super Nintendo. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Unlicensed? How unlicensed? Software Creations and Ballistic. Yeah, let's... It's like EA unlicensed. EA unlicensed. Yeah. Oh. Double the dragons. Half the music. All right. Lives, credits, kick, jump, punch. I don't like that. I like punch, kick, jump, music on, start. Oh, sound. Whoa, God! Also, it didn't keep my settings. Oh, this is bad. Was this a Europe release? I can't believe this is a US release. Ugh! What is the music doing? This plays worse than the Master System version. Ababo. And swinging the bat is like super slow. The sound of Ababo. extra fingers on that hand. Fucking knife speed! Holy shit! Yeah, eat shit, dude. It's from the Neo Geo fighting game. Barrel doesn't roll. Fuck. Barrel disappears. It is the canon pronunciation. That's correct. Also, Billy and Jimmy. Oh. Boing! The Sonic the Hedgehog spinball option screen. Oh! Moving side to side is at regular speed, but going up and down is not. Look at him go! Oh no! Oh no! This has 30 hertz input polling. This has 30 hertz input polling. All right. Three technical, 3 sound effects, 4 music. The themes are still fine. 3 music. I mean, appearance is fine. 6 for theme because it's just a crappy port. Depth is kind of low. It's Double Dragon. Play control is 2. Fun is 2. For a 3.45 rating in the total. Alright. Double Dragon 3, the arcade game. It's rough.
I think I'm being followed.
Trey Redmond. Even the follow. What are you doing? Double Dragon 3, the arcade game. Blues or DLN, thank you for the follow. It's okay. The arcade Double Dragon is okay. Oh no. No. Who tricked me? Who tricked me? Oh. Alright, we got some okay portraits. Mission 1 America. Oh, we got a jump. We kick weapon shop. I gotta post this. This is a shit post. extra guys, tricks, power up. Wait, does this have the tech? Does this have the tech? This doesn't have the tech. 0 out of 10. What the fuck was that? What is that move? Why does he do that? No, this isn't arcade accurate. At least not the thing that I know about the arcade version. I know one thing about the arcade version, and this doesn't have it. The sound... Oh. Why is the motorcycle guy inside the warehouse? The fucking spin kick! Why did I turn into a big dude? Is this my extra guy? Is each extra guy bigger than the last? Tricks, extra guys, power-ups. Let's go. That's a move. That's kind of like a Frankensteiner. My Roni. This guy has no ass. You'll have to kill me first before you stone. Alright, we're still Roni. I can't throw these guys now for some reason. You can't combo dudes. Oh, there we go. Japan. In we go. Give me all the stuff. Fighting with swords, that's not fair. Okay, let's test something. Okay, so there is some clumpage mechanics. There's some clumpage mechanics. Yeah, if you type exclamation point boom up in the chat. Enemies are not hit by traps. Get him. Get him, get him, get him. My 4-frame jump kick. Well, now what? Was the exit back here somewhere? Oh, the enemies don't spawn if you go forward. Time Warp is effectively a beat 'em up. The fucking jump attack. You'd only use the homing stomp on dudes who are almost dead already, I think. Am I gonna lose out on Roni? Do I have to get... Oh no, you can use it, I guess. This game has, like, weird clumpage problems. Oh, shit. Ninja. Oh, I lost my tricks. I lost my tricks because I, like, died, I guess? Who am I now? No, I'm still Roni. I guess I lost my power-up, too. I knew it! You are real strong! Italy! This is what Italy's like. Where's the weapon shop? This is what modern day Italy is like. Go this way. Where's the fucking weapons shop? I want to buy tricks and extra guys. think I've died forever. Press start. Oh, we're Billy again. Without tricks. Billy sucks. That horse animation is real shameful. Oh, he's off the horse now. Okay, he can hit you. He can hit you out of that. This is not like the arcade version, where that method is foolproof. He just hits you every other time. God. This game is pretty low in every... Some dude just on vacation. Probably mail order, if I had to guess. What the fuck is going on? Weapons! No! I want weapons! I don't want to play this anymore! I don't want to play this anymore. Okay. This game sucks. This game sucks so bad. Technically, it's not bad. The sound effects are subpar. The music is fine. The music is cracked out, but it's like not... The music is cracked out, but it's not like fucked. The animation speed kills the fucked up animation kills any hope of this game looking good. It looks okay in screenshots, but that's it. Theme? I gotta give this a 7 on theme. Because it's just... It's batshit. Depth. This game doesn't really have a lot of depth other than don't fucking die. I'll give it a 4. It controls like shit. It is not fun. A total rating of 4 overall. Total rating of 4 overall. Okay. We're starting to get to some stuff. We're starting to get to some stuff. Starting to get to some stuff. We're going to try... Actually, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to leave you with this music on the Neural Nonsense screen. I'll be right back. I got a couple good games when we get back. I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be doing a Super Nintendo game next. We're going to be doing a Super Nintendo game next. This is one I actually haven't played before. Believe it or not. This is a game I haven't played before. Hey, what did you think anybody ever meant by egg sacks? Final Fight 2. I have not played any of the Final Fight sequels. Despite enjoying Final Fight 1, I never got around to the sequels, and there's a reason for that. We'll get to it. Oh, he punched the thing out of the thing. Hey, look, Guy was there! After the destruction of the Mad Gear Gang, Metro City slowly returned to normal. Good. Sounds good. I don't know why we're fighting again. Attack. Jump. Extra joy. Okay, give me extra joy on A. Game start, 1P. Hagar, Maki, or Carlos. We'll play as Maki. Hong Kong, 12 p.m. Okay. Radio. So this immediately... has a, like... This feels like a game made for Super Nintendo. Compared to Final Fight 1, which feels very much like an arcade game that was ported to Super Nintendo. It's not necessarily a cheapness to it, but like... It's also a few years later. Chun-Li. It's also a couple years later, and like, there's just this like, the designs are a little more outlandish. But this play is real good, you know? Not quite as good, in my opinion, not quite as good as Final Fight 1. There's a little more of a lock-in when you're doing a combo, but the game compensates for that design-wise. It's got very long timers on your combo string. They're doing work to avoid the Final Fight 1 and Golden Axe problem, which, you know, it's a choice. Right, like keeping that combo string active for way longer. But this is pretty good, right? This feels good to play. It's not... Yeah, they added a lot of stuff to this. It feels like there's detail. You can see in the background here that like tiles are reused and stuff, but it doesn't feel cheap for it, I don't think. you know? This is a pretty high quality beat 'em up. This is, I reckon this is gonna work out to about like a 7.5 or an 8. We got vertically scrolling levels now. G-Blaster, this is Final Fight 2. This is the official sequel. Yeah, there are 2 sequels, Final Fight 2 and Final Fight 3. This one plays real nice. Oh, look at that dude. Look at that dude. With a fucking battery belt. And the 2, like, things. That's actually, like, we see that enemy archetype in Captain Commando first. With the electrified size. Yeah. Elec the Elec Man. Alright, we've gone through the thing. He's gonna shock the world. I'd like to get to the first boss. Yeah, no homing face stomp. Can you do... No. Okay, it's one way only. They kept that mechanic in, which I think is cool. Radio, knife. Get knifed. That Jack sprite kind of reminds me of Punk Ernest. Oh man, these graphics look like junk. This background is junk. Boss time. Juan. Oh, he's strong. He have wake up iframes. Yeah, quite a bit brighter. I could try to hold on a second. I can try to take a look at this. Like if I jack this up, that's a little closer to what the CRT probably looks like. There's still some, like, I haven't done, like, a full color balance, but... Ow. This is a little blown out, but... After defeating 1-1, Maki, Curlis, and Hager learned the Mad Gear's base, blah, 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 blah. Oh, the transition, the map, the time. Wrench. This is good. This is real good. Haha! Alright, we got a new dude. We got Robert, I think. Hey, it's our boy. Andor. Yeah, good game. I don't know how the, like... I don't know how the, I'm sure it's fine, Flygon. I'm sure they're 18, and it's nothing to worry about. What they do in their bag of holding is their own business. Yeah, the balance of aggression on the part of the enemies and like the different patterns of the enemies in this is pretty interesting to me. E-lick. What's the... Yeah, that's the... They've been doing pretty good with the like encounter design and grouping actually. It's just that there's there's a limited number of types of enemies that they've been using so far. Only partway into level 2, but there's a limited number of new enemies that they've added. The Leon Robert types. Right. Now, the way I look at this, the way I look at Final Fight 2 is yeah, it's got the co-op, it's got the different characters that play a fair bit different than their Final Fight 1 counterparts. But are those guys from a Street Fighter 2 background? Yeah, Hagar is still pretty much Hagar. Spinning pile driver's pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, Freddy got me. I'm having trouble doing the combo that I want. It's too quick, too eager. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, the giant sprites. Round 2 clear. What do we got? Oh, bonus stage. Break car. Yeah, this game's Holland. This is what Holland looks like, apparently. Are those landmines? Good. That's what we want to see. Full body engulfed in flames. Sprite. All right. How does it fare? Technically, there's very little slowdown compared to Final Fight 1. So I give that an extra point for it. Sound effects? I think the sound effects are not quite as good as 1, but still an 8. Music, About the same. Maybe about a point up. It is slightly better. But I like the compositions in the first game better. Appearance. I think this game looks really good. Right? I think this game is on par with Final Fight 1 in terms of appearance. I think the theme suffers a little bit. Right? We're fighting the same random punks in different... we're fighting the same random punks in, like, 3 different countries now. So it doesn't make quite as much sense. It's got a decent amount of depth. I think this has, like, a pretty good amount of depth in comparison to the first game. It's about the same, I'd say. This game controls roughly the same, and it's just as fun. It's... where's it losing a point? Sound effects? Gaining a point technical? Losing a point in theme? Yeah, this is just slightly behind the first game. And I think the first game... Right, so like it's the same dude. Right? These are all the same dudes. And I think that, like... I think my assessment of this is it's almost as good as Final Fight 1 was. This game was almost as good at release as Final Fight 1 was at release. And I think that it's just slightly behind. 7.65 compared to 7.8. However, this is the next thing we got to compare. Not this. Not this. The next game we're going to compare is the game that I generally draw parallels between Final Fight and Golden Axe. So we're going to do Golden Axe 2. Now, I've played a little bit of Golden Axe 2. We got to listen to the opening music here. One of the best tracks on the Sega Genesis.
Curtains.
We got a normal game, we got the duel. We got our standard 3 heroes here. Here's why I think this game, like, this right here, in one animation, is why I think that Golden Axe 2 is not as good as Golden Axe 1. The attack frame is 2 frames. Also, even on the CRT, Gilius is washed out. His colors are less subtle. He's more garish. The enemies in this game look more like Amiga enemies where they ran out of colors. Even compared to Golden Axe on the Genesis, Bleh. Even compared to Golden Axe on the Genesis, this is not as good looking, right? This has more color problems. Yeah, the backgrounds look flat. And this weird dragon dude is like... Now, I don't know a lot about... I don't know about art, per se, but it looks like they just took... They made a paper doll of the thing's leg and, like, rearranged it to do that kick animation. Right? They drew that leg, and then they rearranged the parts so that it was out like that. To me, it doesn't look... It's not as interesting looking as... It doesn't look as clean as the chicken leg thing that accomplishes the same goal, right? I appreciate that it's new. The magic animation for Gilius, at least, is less impressive. You know those, how to call them? This part's cool, right? This is a cool thing. It keeps this. You know those dolls that are like flat paper riveted together and you like stretch the, you like move the joints? Do you know what I'm talking about? They're like pieces of heavy, of thick card. Yeah. That's how I look at the leg animation of that creature. The thing about this is that this... This feels like a home game, right? This feels like a game made for the Sega Genesis in like 90, whenever it was made, right? This doesn't feel like a new game. This doesn't feel like a new game that is a flagship product, right? I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second, Flygon. Hold on. But like, there's a lot of recoloring, a lot of asset reuse, right? Like, we get into skeleton recolors almost immediately. it's very clearly made for the Genesis palette. And, like, cautiously so. Right, yeah. The skeletons are smaller. They're lower detail. I think that at this point, right, like... Oh, yeah, the music is great. The music is fantastic. Like, of anything, this game has... I would say this game has better music than the first game. The problem is that it's worse in nearly every other way. And there's less depth to this game, in my opinion. You can selectively use magic now, but as a consequence, like, the spots that you get magic and how you, I'm aware of it, Proash. I've not played it. I've seen Macaw play a little bit of it, I think. No. I believe both were developed by Sega, but one was, like... One was done by, like, their arcade team, or, like, the team that they had on arcade ports for the launch of the Genesis, which was like one of their top Genesis teams. Oop, I died. Okay, continue. Like I said, the music to this game is impeccable, but it suffers in depth, in play control. It kind of suffers all around, except for the music. They've still got the map, which is nice. Right, that's exactly it, right? I think thematically this is just kind of more stock fantasy, and it doesn't really pull off the same kind of wow factor that Golden Axe 1 does, which, like, I think if the games came out in reverse order, if this was the first game and Golden Axe 1 was the second, like, all of a sudden that would make a lot more sense, right? That it's like, oh yeah, I see where they improved everything. I see how they made this more of an interesting game over time. Oops. Oops. I don't know what happened there. Get in there. You know, I think the problem is, right? I think that Final Fight 2... Final Fight 2 feels a lot more like more Final Fight than this feels like more Golden Axe, if that makes sense. And specifically, this feels like you have to use its more Golden Axe to justify it, right? Because it's not as good as the first one. Right? It's not only not as good as the first one, it's like, in my opinion, like, pretty rough in some regards, right? Like, it's a tough sell, right? Where Final Fight 2 is a kind of like unconditional recommendation. Like, yeah, that's a super high quality game. That's a really good game. You'll definitely enjoy it. And if you liked Final Fight 1, even better. Now you've got 2 games to play like that. Where this is like, well, if you like the world of Golden Axe 1 and you're really into it, this is more of that. You might enjoy this, right? Like, the Crystal Ball map is cool, but it's not quite as, it's not quite as cool as the map. It doesn't have the, like, little scribbling hand thing. He's died. But it does have excellent music. So let's compare it to Golden Axe 1. Is it as technically impressive as Golden Axe 1? I think it's less technically impressive. Because, like this, right? Like, it just does less. There's less going on. The sprites are smaller. The visuals are not as cool. It doesn't have the lightning effect. It doesn't have the, you know, maybe it does have, like, the giant dragon thing, but, like, the magic effects all look less impressive, and they feel more like they're, they feel more like they're, they just feel more like they're doing more with the system, right? And this feels like a step back from that. Sound effects, I think the sound effects in this game are slightly worse. There's that kind of omnipresent bleh. There's like, the pickup sounds are pretty good. I like the pickup sounds. But I think the weapon sounds are just kind of, they're hitting that noise channel, right? They all kind of sound like, whoosh, 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 which Golden Axe 1 manages to avoid with the nice solid knocks and the, like, the thumps and stuff that kind of stand out. So I think this is 1 point less in that regard. This game is also a 9 in music. I don't think the music in this game is perfect because not all of it is that top-notch quality. But the songs that do stand out are really good. Like, put it this way. This isn't Gauntlet 4 in music. It's close, but it's not quite Gauntlet 4. Which is, to my mind, Gauntlet 4 is a 10 in music on the Genesis, right? So, we give it a 9 in music, which is the same as Golden Axe 1. This is probably closer to a 10, but I'm only rating whole numbers for the individual stuff. Appearance, I think this is a downgrade. Would this rate better if it wasn't a Golden Axe game? Not. I think not. It might actually rate slightly worse if it wasn't a Golden Axe game. Because, at least how I'm approaching this kind of stuff, I think this is... I think that being a Golden Axe game and having the recognizable characters gives it more quality in the theme. If this was like some random British game with like whatever characters, I don't think I would enjoy it as much. I think the depth of this is about the same as Golden Axe 1. I think that the difficulty with depth is that Golden Axe 1 has a lot of shit you can do once you know the game really well, but for most players, they're not going to get to that point where they're doing that kind of stuff. This game is a little more forgiving for the learning player, for the casual player, but there's less high end to it, so I rate them about the same in depth. Play control, I think this game controls a bit worse. It's probably my number one gripe with it, is it just feels difficult to get the game to do what you need to do. It's still good. It's still a 7 in play control, and probably about an 8 in fun. But that takes it down a full point in, like there's a lot more commit to actions that you want to do when you do the dash attack. You just go flying forever, which is tough to deal with. Very easy to like fly off a cliff or something if you didn't mean to, like if you miss an enemy or something. The animation has more, the swing stuff has more commit to it, which is closer to arcade Golden Axe, but I think that arcade Golden Axe plays worse than Genesis Golden Axe for that precise reason. But there's also less animation frames. It's clunkier all around, right? And so this is it's a solid 7.3, but Golden Axe 1 is an 8, right? An 8.2. So this is almost a full point lower, which I think is fair, right? I think this game was made on a tighter budget with less assistance from what was Sega's premier team at the time, from the arcade team, right? And it wasn't, this was a game for people who already owned the console, right? This wasn't a game that was going to sell more Sega's Genesis. At that time, Phantasy Star 4 was that game, right? What else were they using to really push the console? But they had stuff that they were pushing, and Golden Axe 2 wasn't it. And you can see this kind of decline of the stature of Golden Axe over the course of the 3 games, right? First game is a port of the arcade game. It's really, really well put together. It's extreme attention to detail and care is taken with the port. And then Golden Axe 2 is very much a home game. It's a pretty solid quality home game. And then there's Golden Axe 3, and like Golden Axe 3 only got a Sega Channel release in the US, right? Golden Axe 3 plays quite a bit worse than even this one. And it just feels kind of cheaply put together. That said, I think that Sega kind of knew which way the wind was blowing, and Golden Axe 3 was too late for that to really be a thing. If I'm not mistaken, Golden Axe 3 came out after all 3 Final Fights, and as the beat-em-up craze was kind of dying off a little bit. So it was kind of a last gasp. Let me take a quick stock here of what we've got so far. We are 27 games in out of 86 at 8.5 hours. I'm thinking what I might need to do. There's no way it's not possible for me to finish this in, it's not possible for me to finish this by a normal stream time. And the other problem is that I'm actually losing my voice a little bit. However, I think that's what we're gonna do. I think what we'll do, this will be a good spot to end it in, because what this will do, this will let us compare Final Fight 3. This will allow us to compare Final Fight 3 and Golden Axe 3 at the start of the next stream, and then after that we've got Growl and King of Dragons. So we'll be able to do a comparison of kind of what I would consider like very typical console fare after the Final Fight 3 Golden Axe 3 comparison. In that thing. Yeah, Growl. I love the theme of Growl. I'm not sure how I feel about playing Growl. Does have that end boss, though. What a good boss. But let's wrap up here. Let's find somebody to raid. I don't know how bad King of Dragons is on the Super Nintendo. I like the arcade version because of its simplicity. And I think it doesn't need to have that much depth to be a fun game. Folks, we're going to raid a very dear friend of mine who is streaming after a very long hiatus. It is Chubo. Let's go over to raid Chubo. Folks, when you get there, you must follow Chubo because he is a fantastic streamer and a very, very good dude. So let's head over there, see what Chubo's up to. Have a great... Oh, Chubo's emotes are so good. If you've got a Prime or you got a subscription, you got a $5 bill burning a hole in your pocket, go subscribe to Chubo when we get there. His emotes are absolutely fantastic. But we'll be back. We'll do this again. We're going to take every Friday from now on to do... We're going to take every Friday from now on to do big beat-em-up Fridays. So take care, everybody. I gotta wait for the raid to, like, reset because the shout-out, like, overrode it. But that's okay. Let's head over to Chubo's. Have a great night, everyone. I will see you all again very soon. No, it's okay. No worries. No worries. I'll see you all again very soon. Good night, everyone.